7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, a program that solicits your involvement by texting into our Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646, by calling in on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and, of course, opening up your YouTube app, typing in TMASTL, subscribing to the page, and then talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where Doug Vaughn is holding court this morning. Doug,
I am.
What are you talking about with Harry Hogg?
I don't believe I've said a word to Mr. Hoagie, but I'd be happy to engage him in conversation if he'd like to. I'm not holding court at the moment, not really taking questions.
Doug and I rode up on the elevator together, Tim. Kind of an awkward one-story trip together. I get on and, hey, what's up? Yeah, how you doing? Just kind of that awkward elevator
a lot
ride.
of tension with you two, I've noticed.
And I noticed Doug was just muttering hot takes, like to himself.
Yeah,
like,
kind of worked
preparing,
up about this
yeah.
Blue Stars game.
Dan Wilson's got to go. He's got to. I've had
You want
enough
him
of
out?
this. Yeah, he was
It's like swinging a bat in the on-deck circle.
just getting loose.
Just
getting
stretching out.
loose.
Yeah. Oh, Max
Who are we
Scherzer
going to call?
still got it.
Whose job are we going to call for today?
Well, I'm not calling for anyone's head at the moment.
My girl Bill.
That's not.
It was pleasant. God, that just gets you in a good mood.
I haven't been watching the baseball like I should, like I normally do.
You should.
Yes. I mean, in this business, you'd think that we would probably ought to watch the baseball
So you're
playoffs.
acknowledging you don't do show prep.
Yeah, in this case, I haven't even remembered that it's been on. I watched the football game last night. It's a great game. I watched that. And
The
then
Icy Hot Bowl delivered. I hope you had the over. Jackson did.
no. I had Warren, the running back on the Steelers, on my.
I faded the whole game.
What were you watching?
I was at an event last evening.
Wow. What do you got going on?
It was really cool. It was the first ever Ladue Athletic Hall of Fame event.
You're a Hall of Famer. It's
No.
high time.
Wait,
No.
at the Hilton Frontenac.
Yeah, that's right.
I was
It
there
is.
when Matt Pauly hosted it.
Yeah,
Matt Poling?
Matt Paul.
No, that would have been Matt Poling. No, Matt Pauly of CamWex. I had a friend coming through town, a Marquette guy, taking his daughter to Oklahoma, and another friend, Erker's like, I got to go to this thing over at the Hilton Frontenac. So we went to the bar there at about 9 o'clock,
Oh.
and everybody was spilling out from the event.
Yeah.
They're talking about Andy Russell, the great Pittsburgh Steeler.
yeah.
Oh, he's
He'd
in
be
Hoke,
number
Martin.
one.
He's in Hoke.
Lou Brock Jr.,
Oh yeah, ton of. I mean,
Becky Sauerbrunn. It
Jack
was the
Fox,
first.
Jake
So I
Chesson.
almost ran into you.
You could
we
have
could have
seen me.
cocktailed.
Yeah,
you
that'd
can
been
have a
great.
scotch together.
that would have been great.
Wow.
What were you drinking? Boat drink?
Little
daiquiri?
Michelob Ultra.
Sponsor
really?
the YouTube chat, Doug. That's where the
Convenient.
Harry Hogg is.
They have a big crowd over there.
Yeah, it was great. First ever time they did it.
A lot of poor people.
I didn't get that sense. This wasn't my feeling on the.
Now,
the
You would have
vibe.
gone if you would have heard there would have been.
Right.
My friend's wife said she was asked because she knew the guy who created the whole event, and said when we give out so and so's award, you know, he's not going to be here as an older gentleman. We just come up and grab his plaque. And I don't know if you noticed it, but she said she gets up there and says, "Oh, thanks so much." And then she turns, and there's this older guy, and he's stepping real slow. He was there.
Yeah, Steve
he's
Smith.
trying to
But
get
it took a while for him to get to the podium, so she's up there accepting the award.
Yeah, it was Steve
Oh.
Smith. Of
So
the
it happened,
Mets
okay.
organization.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she was up there grabbing
Watched
the
you
plaque,
baseball
and then
legend.
here he comes.
Yeah.
Did he ever get up there to give
Oh,
us
he
a
got
talk?
it.
Okay.
There wasn't no speeches or anything. It was a cool event.
speeches?
So I wasn't watching. There was like videos. I wasn't watching the football game.
How was Jake Fox honored? Because he's with the
Jack.
Detroit Lion. Jack Fox.
He sent me the
Infamous.
video.
Okay.
He's
His
about the
parents
best
accepted
punter
it.
in the league right now.
Highest
Right up
paid.
there.
Highest paid.
That's all it takes to be in
Wow.
the Ladue Hall of Fame.
Ladue,
You're the
stand
highest
up.
paid in your industry, and you're a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, it was a great event.
Who'd you go with? Herb?
My old golf coach invited me. Shout out to Baz. I know he's listening right now.
Oh,
He's
Bassett.
got to be thrilled by your 7-iron distance.
He's proud of me. He's proud of me.
Is that text inbox taking my old golf coach? Is that available?
JV golf coach.
Yeah, JV Golf Coach is live. You can text into the program, 314-399-9646. Let's take a look at the Stiefel dossier, Martin. Friday's always a Jim Dandy. Joey Vitale, 8:15. The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton at 9 o'clock. And Matt the Bat will join us at 9:30. And now, after David Freeze was with us for a half hour yesterday, Freeze wants to be in the rotation as well. So, Doug, we have multiple friends of the program now.
Okay.
I think Freeze was sincere when he said, yeah, why not? Let's do it. Mm-hmm. So it's a little awkward. Now he's, hey, Matt, it's been great. And actually, I think this is Matt's last scheduled appearance. So it's a
He
little,
still listens, though.
I know, but it's a little awkward because we're like, hey, it's been great. And thanks for everything. And then next week, I'll probably say, did I hear Freeze is on again?
It's a tough spot.
A little awkward.
Yeah. I don't know how we'll deal with that.
That was a great interview. I went back and listened to that.
Did you really?
I love Freeze's laugh. He was
Yes.
laughing the whole
Doesn't it
time.
sound like Spicoli?
Yeah,
Doesn't it sound like
Will Spicoli.
And then he said, in my former life, it might have been kind of like Spicoli. Just the honesty with the whole red jacket thing. Well, I thought he turned it down because he didn't think his career matched the Hollidays or Chris Carpenter's. But it was more about his off-the-field issues, which he was very candid about. I enjoyed that. And again, tonight, I'll be with Freezer and Isaac Bruce. Good event coming up at the Downtown Hyatt.
Nice.
Looking
You
forward to that.
doing the MCing on that?
I am MCing that, yeah.
Jackson MC'd last night.
No,
you
I did
MC'd. Doug, what are you MCing this weekend?
I did not MC. That was Matt
Were
Pauly.
you heckling Matt Pauly?
No.
Pauly, because you felt you should have been up there?
Yeah. Was that something?
No, I couldn't. I can't do that. He has like a long biography about all of his accomplishments. Mine would be like
He stood up there and talked about all his accomplishments?
no, like in the little pamphlet thing.
That's my act.
Yeah, I know. I thought he was cribbing from
Stealing
you.
my act.
The pamphlet was the size of a phone
It was a big
book.
pamphlet, and he had like a nice bio in it, and it was full of all of his work and what he's done. And mine would be about 3 sentences. You know,
Include Movie Boy.
yeah, a host of Movie Boy.
I want to
Brought to you by
introduce
the
you.
Post.
I want to introduce you.
That's the Movie Boy.
I've had events and they'll read your bio, but they'll get a hold of a really old bio and they're like, and Martin can be heard on
Right.
KFSN on the Morning Grind. He hosts the Scott Linehan show. Like
The
it's
picture
so
of you,
old.
jet black hair.
Yes, confirmation picture.
Doug, you know it's funny.
What?
The incoming storm reminds me of how Tim is a ray of sunshine in the world. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man.
Can't get past this, can we? I heard somebody today doing the weather saying there's even a chance a tornado could pop up tomorrow.
Is that right?
Yeah.
October tornado.
Yeah, that's what they said.
I need to let my betrothed know that I am not leaving the house tomorrow. I am not. It is college football all day long. We've been in Columbia 3 of the last 6 weekends, Vegas one of the weekends. She was in San Diego another weekend. You know what this is? This is a college football Saturday with bad weather in St. Louis. Salin. If everybody wants to come over, come on over. Come on over. We'll have fries from 20 different restaurants.
Oh, really? No fooling.
Fry bar.
We'll have a fry bar in the
God.
basement. That's right.
Fries,
No girls allowed. No girls allowed.
Almost goes without saying.
It's like a TMA event.
fries sound and look and taste
Or a
great.
Yankee game.
Or a Yankee game. Or a Mets game.
The fries are great until you've had about 10 of them, and then it's, I can't eat anymore.
Well, I'm a
fries.
disagree. I'm
Yeah.
a disagree.
I think you have a few, and then you go, okay, that's good.
If they were to stay warm, I don't think you could stop eating fries.
Really?
Oh,
The
well,
old-
then let me introduce you to my air fryer.
Yeah.
You'll see it tomorrow at the party.
Yeah, you can just pop those right in there. Yeah, that's the only thing I think that keeps people from stopping eating French fries. They lose the heat. Otherwise, you
It's a
could
nice
just
observation.
you could just pop them in your mouth all day.
Okay.
Will there be dippins, Tim?
Yeah, there'll be soppins and fixins. Real
So what does
nice
your wife
fixins.
say when you tell her? Now, this is what Strickland does when the hockey playoffs begin. He tells his wife, this is daddy's time of year.
Oh, that's what he calls himself.
And I said, but Strick, that's like a 2-month window. He goes, I know. And she understands. So at midnight when he's screaming about the Canucks power play, she just understands.
Understands that's the deal. Well, my wife, we've gone to 3 Missouri games this year, so she certainly, when 6:45 rolls around tomorrow, Doug, on the SEC Network. Does that mean we have friend of the show, Tom Hart and Jordan Rogers, on the call? Is he SEC Network?
question.
I
Or is he
texted him a couple
ESPN
weeks
6
ago
o'clock?
and I said, any Mizzou games coming up? And this was a couple weeks ago. And he said, no. And
I don't know if
said,
they're SEC Network or
boo.
ESPN.
I think they're ESPN.
Do you like it when Jordan Rogers does it or Jesse Palmer? I kind of like the host of The Bachelor. being the
Yeah, it
analyst
always
of
goes back to The Bachelor,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Well, Doug, you're in luck because tomorrow night on the call, Tom Hart and Jordan Rogers.
That's Missouri's game?
Yes.
You know who I like? I mean, I like Tom. Tom's a good guy. We've gotten to know him. But Cole Kublik, I
He'll be
think-
on the sideline.
Yeah, exactly. He is. I think he is one of the most astute non-carnival barkers. That was a Joe Strauss term, I believe. A lot of carnival barkers in the college football space now, Martin. Yeah, he knows his stuff. Doug, you like this? He's a ball knower.
No, I don't like that.
I thought you would like that.
Ball knower? No.
Let me ask the plowmaster this.
There he is.
Let me ask the plowmaster.
That was Strauss on hold listening to a take gone wrong, and he was loaded for bear. That's my read of the context.
He hopped on
the Columbia Beaver.
He hopped on a show on KTRS because something was breaking Cardinal related. It was almost news-ish. And then after the segment, he called me. He said, "Don't ever put me on that clown show again." I was like,
Yeah, we got...
This Tommy Hart, what the heck? I'm going to text him. I'm
Yeah,
mad
see
at
if he
him.
wants to come on the show.
I
See what
told
he's
him I
doing.
wanted him on the show, and I said, "Let me know when you're doing a Mizzou game." So I'm going to shame him.
that Jordan Rogers, Doug, of The Bachelor, of course,
Yeah, right.
was talking to that Tim Tebow on the sidelines last Saturday at the Missouri game, and then I guess he just hopped in the plane from Columbia Regional Airport down to, I think they were on the Auburn, Georgia call, so that's back-to-back weeks on the planes for those boys, if I'm not mistaken. I'm like, man, it's like halftime, and he's still in Columbia. The magic of private air travel. Jackson, you, I know, only fly private. It really connects the dots throughout our land.
Yeah, it's a special way to move.
No.
Yeah, he's a Teterboro guy.
That's right.
Now, Jordan Rogers was The Bachelor. Jesse Palmer is the host of The Bachelor.
Oh, he's the host now.
I was thinking,
yeah.
I was getting confused. Yes.
He's the big host.
Okay.
He's the one who says, "Ladies, if you didn't get a rose, say goodbyes."
And that always hits you, doesn't
You're
it?
right in the feels.
But isn't it like a lot of, isn't it like Cougar Bachelor, whatever they call
Well,
it?
it is right now, yeah.
That's how it's called.
Golden Bachelor. Golden Bachelor.
Brought to you by Bricktops.
Tim, I had
Bachelor.
dinner last night at Brio, and
Did you see the scene?
and I said to my
You
wife,
sift
I
through the
said,
filler?
you know, it's Cougar night.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
Carson was with us. I said, look out.
Are there cougars prowling the place?
We had a later dinner. My friend got into town a little bit later, so it had quieted down a bit. But I'd say there's some
Did you get the
cougar
meatloaf?
activity. I did not get the meatloaf.
Brio.
Oh,
is
Brio.
not
I thought you said
meatloaf. It's
Bricktops.
its neighbor,
Yeah.
Bricktops.
I thought you said Bricktops.
We were looking for something in the proximity of the Hilton Frontenac.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
friend was coming on Highway 40, so we said, let's go to Brio. Then we realized Thursday night, we got tuna probably at the bar. And then cougars wandering near me at a tuna cougar night.
That sounds great.
Guys, a friend of mine flies Herb Street around. Thanks, that's from The Big Show. How
Really?
about that?
Well, that would be a busy job because he is everywhere.
That guy was in Eugene, Oregon last Saturday morning, and then by 2:30 he's in Dallas, Texas
Yeah.
for the Red River rivalry.
And he tweets out his travel. I like logistics.
I
and
know you do. You have to
he
love it.
usually gives you his circuit.
He was in Cincinnati last night for the NFL game.
The Icy Hot Bowl, which you loved because you're playing the Southside Seaman this week, and Jalen Warren got a bunch of points for you.
I was just peeking in to see how he did, and then it turned out it was a great game. See two gray-haired quarterbacks battling it out, both playing extremely well, Flacco and Rodgers.
And you forgot all about the baseball.
I did. I actually did.
That Max Scherzer was a banty rooster.
He turned back the clock, had a big game.
He was MFing his manager when he came out to get the ball, but his manager enjoyed it. We have that for you coming up, and Max Scherzer's explanation, in addition to Joey Vitale. Take your psychedelics at about 8, so then you're ready for when he joins us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 8:15. The Colonel will join us at 9 o'clock, and Matt the Bat, Matt Holliday, friend of the program. And I guess we have to break up with him today? Doug, you're going to have to bring Jesse Palmer in because you're going to hand the rose to David Freeze.
I don't have any
Holidays.
roses.
Going to have to say goodbye. Then you got that
Say
Design Air
goodbyes.
Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. As Engine Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man pointed out, we got a storm a-coming. And it's supposed to rain all weekend. I can't complain, though, because we've had wonderful weather well into October. And, Doug, I know you're always monitoring the precipitation because you're a meat and potatoes guy. You're
I am.
folksy, and you're always thinking about the farmers.
Right.
And we've had drought conditions. So plenty of rain coming here over the next 48 hours. Sal in, watch college football, watch the Blues and Stars, and come over to my house and enjoy 20 different restaurants providing fries with soppins and fixins.
I just don't eat that many fries.
I think the 8-year-old will spend the night at my parents' house tomorrow night, so it's going to be
yeah?
a pony.
Okay.
It's going to be
So
a pony.
he's drinking Bush beer
Yeah, he'll
while
be with my
you're
dad watching the Notre Dame USC game, watching him scream at the television. Ooh,
Your dad screams at the TV?
Yeah, that's what I hated Notre Dame as a young tyke because I associated it with screaming.
Well, what was he mad about? Play calling?
He just gets fired up. He gets fired up.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh, God, there's a Notre Dame game. That means Dad's going to be screaming at the television.
I don't know that I've ever screamed at
I
the
can't
television
picture
proper.
you screaming at the television.
No, I don't think I've ever done that.
Like
I saw you
Kurt
scream
Flood.
at Jackson for the YouTube channel issue at the Rawlings remote on Wednesday, but that was off air.
And I needed that. Someone had to do it. Doug just took the hard job there.
You, Doug.
Doug, what about the Steve Yzerman goal? Were you there for that in Detroit?
Were you in
No.
Joe Louis Arena 96? Martin, you
I
probably
was
weren't
not,
at the
no.
Tufox yet.
No. Was that Paul Alexander? Who would have been up there?
He was long gone.
They let Herb Humphreys do it for the news angle?
I said.
I don't know. I don't know if that was Zip or
Would he have been there?
Savard, maybe?
Savard.
Yeah.
But did you yell at the TV?
I didn't really yell at the TV.
Really? When Azakim fumbled, did you go, oh, come on, fella?
No, I may have said that, but I didn't scream at the TV.
Okay.
Were you down in New Orleans for that one?
I was.
I
I
wasn't
remember they
impressed by
teed
it.
him up, too, and I'm like, oh, this poor kid. But he talked.
Why are you yelling?
I don't know. Ask my dad. My son's going to experience that tomorrow
I've yelled
night.
at the TV before. For sporting events, for sure.
My wife broke a TV during the
She needs to
Winnipeg
take some
Jets.
time away.
Oh, I'm telling you. God almighty.
She should watch a Mizzou Notre Dame game with your dad and just kind of go back and
wow.
forth.
What if that happened in the college football playoff? It could happen.
They do sell foam bricks that you can throw at your TV. It's designed just for that purpose.
Because this is actually an epidemic?
Well, yeah.
Wow.
I guess enough people have thrown things at their TV and accidentally broken them that somebody thought it'd be a good idea to give you something to throw at the TV that won't break the TV, and they came out with foam bricks that you could buy.
God, that was brutal.
Do you guys remember this? This might be the younger generation than me. There was a video game console called the Wii by
sure.
Nintendo.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
With the little, some people didn't wear the little wristbands on them, so they'd play on the Wii, and they would just hurl the remote at their television playing Wii tennis, and it was smashing.
wow.
It
I
was
didn't know that happened.
It was smashing TVs left and right. So they came out with that little wrist strap that you had to wear, like a
that
dead
makes sense.
man's switch.
So Vaughn boys used to bowl on that.
Yeah, but
Wii
people
bowling, Wii boxing, Wii tennis.
throw it right into the television.
Your thoughts on the Nintendo Wii, 314-399-9646. You can email them in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That's where I was going with this. We got a rough forecast. Doug, cold front coming in, and as you mentioned, potential storms. And I got nothing but highs in the 60s for you starting on Tuesday. I got
Okay.
nothing but highs in the. Now it's going to be sunny,
Oh, I'll take that.
but this is the switch. Usually right around this time, this is the switch. But I cannot complain about the weather. But you know it's going to get cold. Get your furnace tuned up with the great Seth Goldcamp. All you have to do, because I literally did this last week, is go to designairservice.com, schedule the furnace tune-up. They're coming over at the end of the month, and we will be ready for the cold weather months in St. Louis with the longest-running sponsor on TMA. That's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Support the sponsors, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Sponsor of our email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA, presented by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
crew. Jackson, this dude's on the 20. Zachary Taylor, not the kid on Home Improvement. James Buchanan, Pony Express. Abraham Lincoln, freed the slaves. James Garfield, not the cat. Grover Cleveland, a Browns fan.
Now, people have inaccurately said that this is Tanner from BK and Ferrario. But Jackson...
Who said that?
Texters. But, Martin, it's a perfect segue, and it shows that Jackson has got that sexy confidence back.
Yeah, he had that last week, I know.
That's right.
You got a swagger today.
Because he's weaving in an interview that I went back and podcasted yesterday, which was Chaim Bloom on BK and Ferrario. And that is in the Stiefel dossier, segment 7-2. Doug, we are now in segment 7-2. This is a little behind the scenes for the audience.
Okay.
Because I bet when you listen to this, you think there's zero preparation. But that might be a tight read. But in this particular case, this was mapped out just like Joey Vitale at 8:15, Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, Matt Holliday at 9:30, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Jackson, what audio from that interview have you selected? Because I heard the whole thing, so I can comment on the context.
I would like to play the one about hopefully adding somebody to the rotation this offseason from the Cardinal Pobo.
Oh, all right, let's have a listen. Hit the
I expect that we will do that. Obviously, a lot depends on the trade market, different things that could happen. Adding pitching to this roster and this organization, especially if we're able to acquire pitching that we can have with us for a while, is something that we will look to do. That also went into the decision to tell Kyle Leahy that he should prepare to come into spring training with some length on him and prepare to compete for a starting role. We saw the success of that, with Libby this year. It doesn't mean it's going to happen in every instance, but we will have opportunity up and down our pitching staff. And I hope that we can find chances in the offseason to use that opportunity creatively and well, whether it's in the free agent market, trades, or other modes of acquisition. Like I hopefully we'll be able to target players that we can get the most out of and continue to add to this core and add to the pitching that we have on hand with us to go forward with.
Yeah. Well, you would hope. They have to, right? There's no question about that. They're losing Michaelis. Gray, they'd probably trade if they could. I don't think you can go into a season with Palante etched in as a
Well, he was shot to the sun by this show, I believe,
Yeah.
Texter.
Unfortunately, he's in some kind of solar orbit.
You're going to have at least one starting pitcher, maybe more than that.
You have to patch it together a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed one of the themes of the interview, and it was a good interview. And at the outset, to Bloom's credit, which I think sets a great tone for one of the things that I've talked about with our criticism of the Cardinals over the last few years, is messaging. And it was a follow-up in Yadier Molina, which we will get to momentarily, in his coaching with the Cardinals possibility, that Bloom said, ask me whatever you want. Don't hesitate. Ask me.
So he said that on air?
He said that on the air because I think either BK or Ferrario said, I don't want to harp on this, but he goes, no, ask me what you ever want, whatever you want, which, not that Mizalak would sit there and say, you can't ask me that, but I think that conveys openness to, communicate with the fan base, which is an incredibly important part of the job. And speaking of the Yadier Molina announcement, which we talked about on the program when Freeze was on with us, asking him if he was going to get involved, and it sounds like he does want to get involved, and Bloom actually made reference to that Freeze is going to be at spring training. Molina's announcement, Martin, was different than what I know you saw, that it was going to be at noon, and you thought it was going to be something to do with Mexico team.
Yes.
But that's not it, right?
Correct. So my understanding, and I think Chaim Bloom, I did hear that he was asked about it.
Yeah, we have the audio. We'll get to that. But he made an announcement on Instagram at noon yesterday.
And when I heard Bloom was going to be on at noon, I wondered if the timing was suspicious. Like, okay, we're going to get out in front of whatever he says before he says it, which I don't think one had anything to do with the other. But Molina said on Wednesday night, announcement tomorrow at noon, my understanding was he was going to coach in Monterrey. I guess there's two teams in Mexico that are really well known. There's one in Mexico City that's like the Yankees, and then the one in Monterrey is like the Dodgers. And so if you're going to manage down there, you want to be on one of those two teams. And my understanding was he was going to be the manager in Monterrey, but something fell through. So now his post yesterday just said, after 3 years away, I'm ready to manage whether it's Mexico or the major leagues. But my understanding is that the Cardinals, he reached out and they just, I believe, said it's not really a fit right now or it's not a great time right now. I don't know. I didn't hear how Chaim answered it, but I think Molina's announcement is just basically, I'm open for business. Did you see what he posted? I mean, he basically said.
Yeah, I'm going to read it word for word.
Because he basically is like, hey, I'm ready to coach. I'm ready to get back at it. Which is kind of what we'd heard him say.
Throughout my career, I've had countless satisfactions both on and off the field. After 3 years away from the lines, I'm ready to return to the field, whether as a coach or manager in Major League Baseball, Mexico, or wherever I can continue my baseball career, contributing and giving back to the sport I'm passionate about. That is what Yadier Molina posted on Instagram. Here is Chaim Bloom's response to BK and Ferrario when asked about Yadier Molina's interest.
Well, obviously, like, that news, I think, should make baseball fans happy. Like, he is one of a kind. And, certainly something for him, for us, like, he's always part of the family here, is always going to be part of the family. Like, seeing what exactly that looks like as we go forward, that's, something looking forward to figuring that out.
Yeah, and I think their response to him was, hey, there may be a fit at some point, but I don't think he's going to be in the mix on the staff this year, which I think he's expressing now again. And I think for the team and even the fans, there's some Molina fatigue because we've been down this road before. And that year, 2024, I guess it would have been, he was a special assistant, but I don't even know if we saw him one time. So
That's right.
So I think both with the team and maybe in the fan base, as great as he is, as legendary as he is, there's a little bit of fatigue. Like, all right, hey, we've been down this road. So I don't think anything is happening with him in a coaching capacity with the Cardinals this year. What I don't know is if Albert calls and says, hey, you want to come with me to Baltimore? Want to be on my staff at the Angels? I don't know if he would say yes to that. But if that were to happen, I think fans would be riled up.
I enjoy, I don't even call them conspiracy theories, but I suppose maybe you guys might or our listeners might. This is my theory. Do with it what you want. He wanted to coach with the Cardinals. He was pissed that they did not want him to coach this year with the Cardinals, and so paying homage to his time during the Mike Matheny administration when he would go to Instagram to pressure or shade the manager. If you were paying attention, you could certainly pick up on it. That's what that was about yesterday. That is my read. Thank you, and feel free to text in how I am.
I think that's pretty close.
Godless pervert.
Yes.
Oh, really? Is that right? You think that's right?
Yeah, that's pretty close. And,
I thought I'd be on an island.
And I think the post is kind of letting fans know, hey, I'm out here. I'm ready. I'm ready to roll. So if you're a fan, you're saying, where is he? He's saying, hey, I'm right here. I'm available.
Well,
Yeah. Because a message like that is more to the fans than to the baseball industry.
yeah, the baseball industry is aware.
Yeah, they know who
I
he
think
is.
that's what's pressure the Cardinals,
Right.
or let me MF the Cardinals in a roundabout way. That's what I think that's about.
What I don't know is if he would want to. He always said, I want to do this, but it's with the Cardinals. I want to be with the Cardinals. So would he break from that if Albert said, come with me to Baltimore, come with me there? I don't know that answer, but I do believe that would get the fan base a little banty. If Albert and Yachty have a press conference in Baltimore about how they're going to change the culture of the Orioles, they're going to go to the Angels together. Because what I also heard was that Albert's not crazy about going to the Angels. And so I think he's open for, he's not posting on Instagram that I'm open for business. But I think he's keeping his options open. And man, there's a lot of jobs out there. And I know I was mocked on the text line, which is sort of a theme every day for all of us.
Amen.
But when I said, if you want Albert as your manager, I said, if the Cardinals wanted him to be their manager, you better not wait. And so it's happening faster than I thought. But clearly Pujols is going to manage somewhere.
People mocked that? I didn't know people mocked that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, really? Oh, yeah, let's have Larry Bird come back and coach the Celtics next year. No, a lot of people, do you not remember that? They were saying, oh, what a stupid idea. Because, just because he's Albert. And I'm like, no, because he's been managing.
Yeah, you were getting crap for that.
But do you remember people saying, oh, it was so stupid?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And now here it's happening sooner than I thought.
I think it might have been Voyukas.
Yes.
Ian Voyukas was upset?
I believe it's Kwame Voyukas IV, but Kwame Voyukas IV is very complimentary of the David Freese interview, Martin, and your get of David Freese.
Gosh, and just think, if I'd been crushed by the texture over the David Freese book, I wouldn't be able to go on. I wouldn't be able to book another guest.
You would have taken some time
actually,
away.
Tim, you like behind the scenes.
Yes, I did.
tried to get Holliday to call in while Freese was on to say, hey, dude, you're cucking me. You're taking my spot. And Holliday said, can't make it work today. And I'm like, I don't know if he didn't want to be part of Sketches and Bits.
Yeah, Sketches, Bits.
Or if he just, we'll find out. Or maybe he just wasn't available.
Let's see what we got. Lisa, as you might imagine, is not happy about this development. Marmol has never won anywhere. Please, please, please help. Why the loyalty to him? Chris Carpenter, Pujols, Yachty, and the Cardinals say, oh, no, we have World Series winner Marmol. That's from Lisa, who is not an Ollie Marmol fan and vocal regularly about it.
Well, he hadn't had a whole lot to work with in terms of talent on the field compared to the other top teams in the league. So you can't necessarily blame all the Cardinals' problems the last couple of years on Ollie Marmol. I don't know who could have won with this team they just had. Probably nobody.
Some guys talking about fries.
Well, there's that too, and that got us sidetracked.
Maybe Albert takes the Orioles job, and then Matt the Bat gets on the staff too, working with his son. How about
And Yachty?
Yes.
Waino leaves the booth.
Waino becomes
Martin,
the pitching
percentage that Yadier Molina and Albert Pujols are working together.
20%.
Wow.
I don't think it's high.
I consider that to be pretty high.
Oh, higher than you would have guessed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Molina is really all about the Cardinals, and he said that consistently.
Now, when Benji was in here, he didn't say. I didn't think that was the case.
I felt like that was kind of a negotiating over the airwaves a little. I don't know. I don't know. But I already have Benji assigned, and I've not talked to him in a long time, but I have him assigned to be Yachty's press spokesperson.
Yeah.
Wherever he goes, he'll handle the day-to-day.
What if Craig Counsell were to take another job and the Cubs managerial job came open and Albert and Yachty were to go there? Would that be
That'd be the end of things.
Yeah, people just shut it down here
And
forever.
Stan Kroenke buys the Cardinals.
Martin, I have your support on my theory as to Yadier Molina's Instagram post, and Sharon and Clayton's support. Peeps aren't that complicated, not even Yachty. You are spot on with that assessment, Tim, as to the reason for what he posted on Instagram being a way to say F off to the Cardinals.
Well, a week and a half ago, he was quoted in Puerto Rico in the newspaper saying, I'm in talks with the Cardinals. That was his quote, saying, I'm in talks with them about becoming a member of the coaching staff. And then a week and a half later, he says, hey, I'm out here and I'm ready to do some business. So I think it's almost clear if you connect those dots. 1 week he says, I'm in talks with them. And then a week and a half later, he says, ready to coach, ready to manage. Maybe we should call him and just say, hey, if you're just bored, hop on the show.
Sure.
See what's doing.
Well, actions speak louder than words.
We're overdue for a Plowhawk visit.
Yeah.
I've given up on that.
Where's the Plowhawk?
I've given up on that. I can get David Freese. I can't get Chuck Marlowe. I've given up on him.
By the way, Chuck Marlowe, yeah, because you're off next Tuesday, and Wellington, who comes in and fills in, is maybe in St. Louis, but he may not because he's caddying, and his guy could advance to the next round, which would be next weweek. And I was thinking, I wonder about that Chuck Marlowe. But Charlie Marlowe's only available to us via artificial intelligence in Jackson's computer.
He's here in spirit.
Why would you prepare for a show?
That's been the mantra.
No, you should reach out. But he'll probably say, dude, NASCAR's down to the Final Four.
And he would not be available. By the way, Carnegie Strode was on the program yesterday, sent a kind text to me and Martin, and then sent me one. I was already tucked away, all snug in my bed, hopped up on sleeping pills. And fun facts, tip of the cap to the audience. He said, thanks again, buddy. We went over our goal. The listeners came through, along with Hubbard employees donating for the Megan Meyer Foundation. And every sponsor I reached out to donated. Seth Goldcamp, Design Air Heating and Cooling. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Chris Pondoff of the Illinois Recovery Center. Andy Crouppen of Brown and Crouppen. And longtime TMA sponsor and still TMA fan, the great Jamie Burkhardt of Munganast. I was out there yesterday, as a matter of fact.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, bought my car after leasing it for 3 years.
Oh, that's a treat.
Whip, whip.
Yeah. I mean, I had a rare spot of equity in a vehicle. That isn't the way it usually works, right? Aren't you supposed to, like, lease 3 Series and drive them around Clayton?
Right.
Well, usually, if you don't have enough money to buy
72-month lease.
You might see that in the Brentwood, Jackson.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, is that right?
See some threes?
Yeah.
Is that? I didn't know that was going on.
Oh, big time.
But you have the purple Mini Cooper that I'm always looking for in the parking lot.
Well, let me see if you guys are on the same page
And
as
it
me.
says True Son.
This might be a weird thing of me. I just changed my tags. I just got new tags. Now that I've put new tags on, I look at every license plate to see if other people have expired tags.
It's a fun hobby.
I walk around Brentwood Forest looking if people have expired tags. I don't do anything about it.
I had mine stolen once.
Yeah, don't you? Isn't it if you park downtown, they say
Scraped it right
score
off.
them, right? That's what you're supposed to do is score them.
Charlie Brennan would tweet those out when he would see
is that right? Expired tags.
Especially those temporary tags.
Well, yeah, those are crazy. Some of those are like 2021. I don't know how that works.
I've been known to let them lapse a little bit. And then they'll say, what gives? And they're like, hey, I enjoyed that freeze interview today.
You say I'm on the way to the DMV to get them changed.
Show me the paperwork. I've got some stuff over here.
I think the police have got just so much going on, especially in the city, that they're not much worried about somebody's
It's hard to see the tag. Like, you'd have to really, I guess that's why they have the colors.
If you get pulled over for running a red light
That's
or an
when you get
illegal
banged on
turn,
it.
they're like, oh, by the way.
Right.
And you'll pay for it when you go to get the next set and they see that you're expired.
Right.
But I don't think the St. Louis police are arresting a lot of people. Clearly they're not, because there's a lot of expired tags out there.
Temporary tags, like Martin was saying, is crazy.
Hop on into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. KG's Jock Sniffer is talking to Jake Reynolds, who's talking to John Scores, who's talking to Too Fat to Kayak, and Spicy Sow, who I can't remember, was it Riot's dad sent in an email yesterday, a tribute to Spicy Sow for
who hates football?
Who hates football and talks about it for 4 hours in the Michelob Ultra YouTube. I didn't know that. But Riot's dad pointed it out in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day yesterday. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We will have that coming up at 10:45. Matt Holliday at 9:30. The Colonel, brought to you by James Carlton, coming your way at 9 o'clock. And friend of the program, Joey Vitale, coming your way at 8:15. The show is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Excuse me. Tip of the cap to Brown and Crouppen. Andy Crouppen donating to Iggy's Megan Meyer Foundation efforts yesterday. Brown and Crouppen is local, and Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Presenting sponsor of TMA Now for 2 years, signed up for another year. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. After an accident, money can be tight. That's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. At Brown and Crouppen, you pay nothing up front. They don't get paid unless you get paid. When you are a Brown and Crouppen client, all your questions are answered for free. Get the facts from Brown and Crouppen. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results, no guarantee of future results. In every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Headed to Scotland next summer. That's right, June 15th. That's the day to circle on the calendar. It's all put together by the folks at Collette Travel. They've been doing this for more than a century. That means they've got this down to a science. They handle all the details, flights, meals, hotels, local experiences. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy. June 15th, departure day for spectacular Scotland. Going to go to Glasgow, headed to Edinburgh. Beautiful Scotland. We'll stop by a whiskey distillery, journey to the legendary Isle of Skye, Orkney Islands, cruising on the lovely Loch Ness, and also checking out the Highlands. All the great spots in Scotland. One trip next summer. Don't miss out. Join me by calling our friends at Altair Travel. That's 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600. More information also at 101ESPN.com. It's going to be the trip of a lifetime. Looking forward to it. Call our friends at Altair at 314-968-9600.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tomorrow even, taking on the Dallas Stars right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Don't you think it's Marshall Mathers' birthday?
Well, I don't know if it is or
Could it
not.
be Dre? Could it be Dre? I'm going to go Marshall Mathers' birthray.
Okay. It is Marshall
That's a
Mathers'
tough
birthday.
one. Mid-40s?
No. Over.
Way over. Not way. I shouldn't say way.
Wow.
I'm going to go 53.
Say
Too high.
50, 54.
51.
Today is his 53rd birthday.
Oh, son of a...
The only way I can win is if I get it right, because Doug Price is right to me. It's the right strategy.
Right.
It's the right strategy.
Yeah, be the second voice in any negotiation.
Born in St. Joseph, Missouri.
Was he really?
Yeah.
I had never heard that. I thought he was Detroit through and through.
He referenced it in some of his later music, Missouri Southern Roots.
Home of the Pony Express.
Mm-hmm.
Never been to St. Joe.
Neither have I.
I have.
Or Independence.
Harry S.
You
Truman.
kind of drive through Independence on the way to Kansas City. The outskirts of it, anyway.
I seldom go.
Is that right?
Seldom go west of Columbia.
Why do you hate our Chiefs?
Wow.
Why do I hate our Chiefs? How much time you have?
Wow. That is the correct answer. Why was Akon born in St. Louis? Is that true?
Why was he born in St. Louis? That's a very existential question.
Well,
why are any of us born anywhere? You know?
Were they,
Think about that,
Oh,
Doug.
for God's sake. What were the circumstances?
I don't know. Probably a parent had something to do here at the time. Well, you ask
Martin,
a
you're
kind
gonna
of
talk down.
you ask a ridiculous question, you gotta get a ridiculous answer.
No, it's not a ridiculous question. You can say, I don't know. Thanks for asking.
That was unacceptable in my father's classroom.
Really?
The answer, I don't know. Yeah, so I've been conditioned to not give that answer.
So you just said, I gather.
Well, yeah, I want to dig deeper
related.
into it. It's actually a great birthday day for music, so get ready.
What do you say when the teacher says, I don't know is not an answer, and you have no clue?
You work out a different way to answer that.
Like, what would you say?
Can I get back to you?
You got to say
Send
whom,
it to
though.
the teacher.
It just wasn't
I
a lot.
get
You couldn't
back
say,
to you
I
on
don't
that?
know. You just couldn't say, I don't know.
I'll circle
Not an
back.
acceptable response.
You can enjoy those kinds of conversations with me and Jackson if you register to participate in the Tee It Up with TMA giveaway presented to you by 101 ESPN and Michelob Ultra. Go to 101ESPN.com or the 101 mobile app. And one winner and a guest will score a free round of golf with me and Jackson at Fox Run. And Doug, Fox Run is world class. I can't say they've redone it. It's outstanding. And Jackson, you like bent grass because you compress the ball and it fires off like a piss rocket.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And sometimes, if you want to just have a seat, bent grass is so soft and fluffy.
You're going to sit on the course?
Yeah, why not?
Do you do that often?
Oh, like when it's backed up. Sometimes, if it's a nice, well-kept tee box, you just pop a squat for a little bit.
Oh.
What? Get in touch with nature? Feel grounded?
Look at this guy.
What do you think about people that smoke cigars or cigarette and just put that on the ground when they hit their shot and then pick it back up and put it back in their mouth?
The few people I've seen do it, they make it look cool.
Really?
So you going to start smoking darts?
No.
Cigar.
No cigar. Not for me. A cigar, I don't have the build for a cigar.
Oh. Bill, you can't hold it?
I don't
It's
know
too
that
heavy?
you can have a build for a cigar.
Well, my look is like a look of like a guy who would have like a panicked cigarette, like sweating, his sweaty brow, like behind the dumpster.
Right.
Cigar is like for a guy who's like Tony Soprano build,
Yeah.
So you have to be
bigger guy.
husky to have a cigar.
Is that what you're saying?
Really like a skinny guy with a cigar is just
Okay.
like, it's like the opposite of fat guy, little coat.
Kind of workshop me into that. I see it.
Would you use a cigarette holder?
Like Cruella de Vil?
That's old money. You must be 21 to enter. The Tee It Up with TMA giveaway, is courtesy of Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer. Go to 101 ESPN, the app, or 101ESPN.com and enter the code SWING to get entered to win now, to play with me and Jackson and you and a guest at Fox Run, a wonderful golf course where apparently Jackson just sits around on the bent grass. I don't even know about that, but that's what apparently goes on. In the Stiefel dossier here, we have College Corner, Jackson. And what do you have in the College Corner? Gabe with us at 9 o'clock coming up. Joey Vitale, 8:15. Matt Holliday, 9:30. There's your Stiefel dossier. What do we got here?
Well, we got some audio, and I also have the entirety of the SEC slate this weekend that I want us to kind of do a little predictionary pick'em.
Oh, wow.
This week, I think it could be fun. We could play against each other.
We only do it with spreads.
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't do it any otherwise. So let's do that. Let's do half. So there's 8 total games this week. Let's do the
Doug,
first 4.
Are you good with that?
Well,
I know you don't like answering questions. So.
No.
And it involves the spread, the pick, right?
Yep. So let's start with LSU versus Vanderbilt. That's going to be at Vandy. It's the first time Vandy has been favored against an SEC opponent since 1978.
Are you horse plowing me?
That's what Barstool Gambling tweeted out this morning.
That Vanderbilt has been favored against an SEC opponent since 1978?
Yep.
That just does not make sense to
Like
me.
even last year, a home game with Kentucky or somebody.
Yeah, I mean, they've had to have played. Take your pick. I mean, James Franklin, the reason he got the job at Penn State.
Never mind. Ranked SEC opponent.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Now Doug's
We
pissed.
can't get a straight answer.
All right, we're moving on from College Corner.
How can people just tweet things that are wrong?
Well, it goes back to Drinkwitz.
Check mark next to it. Media literacy.
Bunch of bull crap, bull crud you're reading on that Twitter.
Was the tweet wrong, or were you wrong?
Was the tweet wrong or was I wrong is the question.
Doug, that's a delay tactic.
And Jeff Burkett says you must answer said question.
100%. It looks like the graphic is wrong.
Okay.
But I think it's ranked SEC opponent, which still is. I mean, that's
is the tweet.
That was 20 years before I was born, so I'd say noteworthy. Regardless, Vanderbilt's favored by 2.5 against Vanderbilt this weekend. Doug, who do you like?
Vanderbilt against LSU. I'm going to go LSU.
Okay. Doug likes LSU.
Martin, I love. Doug, watch this. Love Vanderbilt. I mean, I can't tell you how much I love Vanderbilt, which then makes me think LSU is going to win. But I love Vanderbilt, and I am more than happy to lay the 2.5. It's a team. It's a perfect spot for me because I think Vanderbilt is underrated, and I think LSU is overrated. Plus, they're in the blue blood category, so optimal spot for action. Might even go heavy on it. Because again, tomorrow I'm in the basement. It's raining outside. We're having that fry party. Everybody's coming over. Soppins and Fixins for all. 20 different restaurants providing the fries. And we're going to start our day with a nice foundation. Love Vanderbilt, Martin.
I agree with all of that, but I'm still going to take LSU.
Jackson, where are you on?
I've been fading LSU all year, and I'm not going to stop right now. Vandy.
Right, there it is.
Vandy in the 2.5.
The dais is split.
All right. Our next game, Doug. And
is that 11 or 11:45?
I think 11. And then this game is 11:45. That is Oklahoma at William Bryce Stadium. Oklahoma versus South Carolina. Oklahoma is a 5.5-point favorite. Martin, I'll start with you.
South Carolina.
Okay. Doug?
I'm going to go Oklahoma. I don't think South Carolina's very good.
I am put to the test on this one. This is a real tester. The Tam Avenue Capital Partners will not be allocating any of our newly acquired cash call funds on this one. I think I'll take Oklahoma.
Okay.
I feel good about it.
I am also taking South Carolina.
Dais is split again.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, just doing some housekeeping here, fellas.
What other housekeeping
could you possibly be
I'm writing down what everyone's taking.
Okay.
This is important
Gosh.
stuff. It's no point in doing this. I'm not going to write it down.
Holy smokes.
Buck Swope says you don't keep track of the email today standings.
Buck Swope says a lot of things.
Wow.
Did he give you that SEC tidbit about Vandy?
No, I was duped. All right, Ole Miss at Georgia. Is it safe to say, is this the premier game of the SEC slate, or is it Tennessee, Alabama, you think, Tim?
I think most would say Tennessee, Alabama. There's some tradition to it, Doug. Yes, the third Saturday in October, the cigar game. But this is certainly a Jim Dandy. What do we have on Hottie Toddy and the Bulldogs?
So it's between the hedges. It's at Sanford Stadium in Georgia. That's a 7.5-point spread. Georgia is laying 7.5. Doug, who do you like?
I like Georgia.
All right. Doug likes the Bulldogs of Georgia.
That's right.
Martin, why don't you go next?
I could
Try
see
to have
them
some random
winning, but
order.
maybe not covering. That's got me concerned. I'll go Ole Miss, maybe losing in a closer game.
All right.
There is something going on with Georgia's defense. And watch this. Perhaps Georgia's defense is in Columbia, Missouri. A lot of Georgia defenders have made the move from Columbia, either Georgia natives or Dame and Darris. And so I take a look at that, and I wonder, when I saw Tennessee move up and down the field on them, even Auburn was able to get it going in the first half as much as Auburn can get it going. I think Ole Miss, relative to how good they are, I think they are overrated nationally. But I think Georgia is still living on the past, and therefore, I am not saying Ole Miss wins, but Martin, I'm right there with you. I'm gonna feel better about taking the 7.5 points in Hottie Toddy.
I'm also on Ole Miss.
Doug, you're on an island. This is a big moment for you between the hedges.
W for me.
And then the last game we'll pick in this portion of the program.
Oh, wow.
I figure we split it up. Texas A&M on the road against Arkansas. Texas A&M is a 7.5-point favorite.
What time does this game kick off?
I believe 2:30. But
That's right.
I also said
2:30
something about
ESPN.
Vanderbilt earlier, so
2:30 ESPN.
great source.
These times are tough to find.
Yeah. Well, I just go to ESPN.
Central
It's got
Time,
the
Eastern
schedule.
Time, where are we?
Okay.
I'll go first on this one.
Okay.
Give me Texas A&M. This number could be 10.5, and I'd be taking. Even though I've become kind of down on Texas A&M, I just don't think Arkansas has the motor left. I think they're out of gas.
I'll go next.
Katrina.
I'm torn on this one, too. The only one that I love is Vanderbilt. I'll take Texas A&M as well.
Yeah, it's not one I'm like jumping up and down about,
Right.
certainly.
I'll
Martin?
take Texas A&M.
A&M. Even though Bobby Petrino, the neck brace will get people inspired.
He rides again.
People are
Taylor Green
inspired by a
can play.
neck brace.
Yeah,
He brings
like
that
those.
back.
Because it makes their own neck feel better.
It's just
I
kind
don't
of
need
an
a brace.
homage to
Let's
the good
go.
old days.
Doug just puts ample amount of Tiger Balm on there until his skin is singed.
Was
A
it
little
wild?
Tiger Balm was great. I figured a lot of Tiger Balm would really do the
You
job.
slather-
Singed my neck hair.
He slathered on like those
Screaming.
I had
Smucker's
sores
jelly.
on my neck skin.
Was it Wild Things? Bill Murray had the fake neck brace.
Yes,
he was
that's
like
correct. Denise Richards and Nev Campbell liked
In the
each other.
pool?
Yeah,
Yeah.
her
they
skin
really?
is soft like yours. You didn't know that? What are you doing with yourself?
I know what I'm doing tonight.
Bill Murray.
Doug?
Wow, Doug.
Oh, Texas A&M. That's an easy one.
All right. We're all on the same. We're all
That's
together on this
dangerous.
one.
That means Arkansas not only covers but
pulls the
wins.
upset.
Yep.
Which would be good for.
I think if you're
no, never
Missouri,
mind.
I think if you're, I saw
want
Gabe's.
A&M.
Yeah, I think. But Gabe said you want.
Teams taking
Arkansas.
loss. I think he wants
Right.
teams taking losses.
I think in his mind, Ole Miss and Alabama are the two best teams. I am not of that. I don't know though either. And so you just get as many losses as you can. I think it's better for Missouri if A&M is like ranked number 1 or something like that. I don't think that's going to happen for the record, but undefeated when they come to Columbia.
If Missouri
needs a signature win.
Right.
Tomorrow would not be a signature win. It's incredibly important, but it would not be a signature win. And I think they also need LSU to lose to Vanderbilt.
Agreed. I think if they would have if Missouri beat Alabama last week, then you root for Arkansas to win and drop Texas A&M out. But Mizzou needs a signature win, therefore it's the only one left is A&M.
Same reason I want Bama to keep winning, because then it makes your loss look
Bama
better.
has to keep winning.
Yeah. All right, Doug, we're only doing half the slate.
Half now.
It is
Half
literally
the slate.
split on the dossier.
Yeah,
it's
that's
coming
what
up.
on the
It's during
dossier.
pre-Gabe.
I think it's better. I think it's
agree.
better to do it that way.
Yeah,
Because then
you're
you
not even-
get stuck going like, blah, blah.
You're not even classically trained, and look at you. But on the college corner,
Yep.
it lists Brandon Walker.
You like this Brandon Walker now that he's turned up Missouri fans.
told Drake the other day to F you.
Yeah.
on his
Be featured in
podcast.
He
Drops
was
of the
mad
Week.
at Missouri fans, I
But
thought.
he also said at the end,
and then apparently it was Brandon Kiley.
With the local media, yeah. He kind of got
But
hit.
was there any other local media? And then that could be statewide.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think he might have responded to like a Brendan Schaefer tweet, but I don't think anything outside of that.
No, that's
Maybe
what
I'm
the
off.
coach does. So this is
quote
Brandon
tweets.
Walker on his podcast. And now, after being mad at Mizzou, he's decided, Tim, they're also going to lose this week.
Missouri at Auburn. Auburn is going to somebody's season up.
Oh.
Auburn is too good to keep losing every single week. Auburn was right there with Georgia, right there with Oklahoma, right there with everybody. They have good ingredients. They have very good players. Their coaching staff has held them back. But Missouri coming off Alabama, crushing them at home emotionally. They go on the road they haven't left Missouri yet. They haven't left Columbia yet. And now they're going to Auburn, a sneaky, very, very tough place to play. Missouri's losing at Auburn.
I know I said this on our episode earlier this week. I love when you heel turn on teams that you ride hard for.
But because, listen, this was always going to be a tough spot.
No, I know.
I just thought they were going to beat Alabama, but this is a tough spot. Auburn, I think Auburn, again, Auburn's that sleeper team coming down the stretch where I think they're 3-3. If they went 5-1 in the second half of the season, I wouldn't be shocked.
Ooh, there he is.
Heel turn
on the audience.
Auburn has played Oklahoma, A&M, and Georgia tough. Been right in those games.
It speaks to their defense. The question on this one is an intangible. Are they still in or have they checked out? I thought that Penn State would respond to UCLA and obviously bad read with the Northwestern debacle that led to the James Franklin firing. I think a good way to gauge, and I could be off on this, you guys heard me when I was coming in listening this morning to the Colonel's interview, and I can't recall what the gentleman's name is, but he is the Gabe DeArmond of Auburn. And listening to that, he is of the opinion that thing is, he, number one, thinks if Missouri wins, Hugh Freeze loses his job, but he also thinks it's just in so much disarray. Hugh Freeze said they were going to do some things differently this week. He was at practice. He said they aren't doing anything differently this week. Jackson Arnold's still starting. So you have two really talented receivers in Cam Coleman and Singleton, and they can't get the ball because Jackson Arnold does not effectively move it. They also have a real pass protection issue, which I think could be a huge advantage for Missouri. Auburn has given up 20 sacks so far, 9 of which came against Oklahoma. The other side of it is they do have a stout defense, but the reason why Missouri looked as inefficient offensively as they did is in part because of Alabama's pass defense and Bo Prabula's issues, but then also Alabama controlling the clock. And I don't think that you're going to see that because Auburn doesn't have the offense to control the clock. And therefore, I think Missouri can get it right offensively versus where they were against Alabama. So that is, at least from a Missouri fan perspective, what I'm hoping. And the more that I listen to that, the more I feel better about Missouri's chances tomorrow night on the Plains.
Like their season is sort of crumbling heading into this game.
And from a matchup standpoint, it could really benefit Missouri taking the intangible out of it. But if Missouri were to get up early on them, they could be in let's fold up shop mode and Hugh Freeze, a lot of tight shots on the sidelines. But at the same time, hey, the reality is they're a player or two away from truly being in a spot where they're undefeated. As crazy as it is, but a lot of teams can say that in 2025.
Auburn included.
Auburn and Missouri included. Yeah. Tennessee included. Georgia included. Ole Miss and A&M are. So, but from a matchup standpoint, I will be intrigued to see how they fare against Missouri's running. And then also, just in general, what do we see from Bo Prabula? And where is Kevin Coleman? Is he healthy? So the one that I would say, if you can prop bet it, I think you're going to see a lot of Donovan Alugbade tomorrow. Yeah. That's what I think. And I think there was a realization. I mean, I think they knew he was really talented. That's how we were aware of him coming into the season. But then he became the guy at the end of the Alabama game. I think they're going to look to him, especially if Coleman is not 100%.
And why would it take him 6 weeks to realize that? You've seen him in practice every day. You've seen him in the previous games.
3 of the games, you haven't really been in a real competition.
Yeah, we heard his name before the season ever started. Watch out for this guy; he looks great.
Right.
So
but
why 6 weeks in?
Because Central Arkansas, who you can throw it to anybody against half the opponents they've played, and they're going to look really awesome.
But you still would think that you would go to a guy that looks like a budding star.
I mean, in the fourth quarter, that's who they went to. That was their guy.
A couple of years ago, Drinkwitz admitted it was his wife said something about why doesn't Luther Burden return punts? Remember that? And I was, yes, thank you. So maybe Drink's wife said, hey, you got to throw that ball though.
It's a low total, 43.5. I can't remember Missouri total that low in a while.
Slugfest? And then on Monday, after a big game, Mo and Gersh announced a 5-year extension for Luke Vitale. You lock him up early.
Lock him up early.
Projected numbers.
Plan. If you want to go back and podcast the program, it is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. So many TMA listeners for so long podcast the program. TMA STL app. You can also do so on the 101 ESPN app. It's all brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. If and when your garage door breaks, go to SchaeferDoor.com. That's SCHAEFER door.com. They've set up a number specific for TMA listeners to use, and that number is 636-782-3608. That's going to get the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installations, and they have Monday morning standby service, those doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors, too. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text the great Jason Gosrow at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Doug, are you ready? Do you eat mushrooms before the Joey Vitale interview?
I love
acid?
mushrooms. Yeah.
Do mushrooms are for you?
I'm trying to cut back on the acid.
Yeah, I get that.
But mushrooms are
You
good.
clip that off, please. Do we have a bingo card for said Vitale?
Chairman Kurt, Joey Vitale bingo card.
I did not get to it today. We took a cycle one.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to create my own
list. I like the French one. That was my favorite. Of him with a little,
he had
a little beret on.
Okay, he's probably not listening. Okay, will he reference CBC? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Will he say something about Tim being great? Yes. Chickens, Italian, some paola.
Here is a deep dive, maybe left top corner, pumpkins.
Ooh, okay.
Possibly concrete.
Now I'm going to watch McKernan over there to kind of lead him into like, hey Joe, what's going on? You know, this time of year with Halloween.
Rank your favorite patches.
Joey Vitale coming up next here on the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on TMA, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Got an opportunity for TMA listeners to make some money with a sponsor. Dr. John Canale, who has been in practice for 40-plus years and conducting clinical research trials for 20-plus years, is with Psychiatric Care and Research Center, and he is seeking volunteers for upcoming clinical research trials involving anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. Compensation will be provided for your time and your travel. And your travel is most likely not going to be very far. If you are in the metropolitan area, the office is in O'Fallon, Missouri. Dr. John Canale has been in practice for over 40 years and has more than 20 years of experience conducting clinical research trials, and he is conducting them now, and he would like to tap into the TMA audience. So if you are looking for a way to make some additional money, go to PCRC-STL.com. That's PCRC-STL.com.
Hey, folks, Joe Vitale here. Hey, the weather is starting to fluctuate. It's starting to go up, and it's starting to go down. I hear it's supposed to be a little bit chillier next week after we're going through this heat wave here. Someone has not told me what's going on with this fall weather, but one thing that certainly gets a little finicky when it comes to the fluctuation of weather is your garage door. Those springs, they're not made for the hot and the cold and the quick fluctuation, so keep an eye on them. If you're having any issues, any squeaking, any problems with the doors not opening or closing, any issues at all, give my friend Jason at Schaefer Door Company a call. His number is 636-782-3608. You can also visit their website at schaeferdoorcompany.com. They will take care of all your garage door needs, personal, business. They will treat you like family because they're a local company here in St. Louis, and they are doing a great job. So any garage door needs, 636-782-3608 is their number. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master authorized dealer.
Well, Doug, you ready? You dropped your acid right at 8?
Usually 8-ish,
yeah.
But I'm trying to cut back to half a kilo or whatever it is you take.
Jesus Christ.
You would never wake up.
Well, I'm on core.
Good evening. Doug Vaughn is passed.
You'd be forever in Alice in Wonderland.
It is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen 101 ESPN. It is a Friday tradition unlike any other. I mean, you got Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, Matt Holliday also in the 9 o'clock hour, but the 8 o'clock hour is reserved for this gentleman. He takes us on a magical ride. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Joey Vitale on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Joey.
Tim, good morning. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you, Joey?
Excellent. As always, it's a Friday. I'm talking to my best friends. What more can life give me?
Man, this guy, he's the chipper chicken. That's what he is.
There's one.
We only got the chicken in there.
Oh, there's
okay.
2 chickens.
All right. Well, a lot of us aren't too chipper about the way the Blues have been playing yet. Should we be concerned?
Heck no, Doug. Heck no.
Okay,
no,
sorry.
No. Yeah, don't be concerned, or Mr. Grouchy Pants over there.
Oh.
It's been an interesting start to the year. They found their game on the road clearly. And, you look at these 2 home games, and you should not panic one bit. 2 things stand out about it. Number one, that first game, it was just a lot of goofy bounces. And I mean that. I'm not just making excuses. I mean, pucks going off skates, pucks going off bars. I mean, laying behind Bennington. It was kind of a chaotic state of a game where the Blues actually played very well. They just found themselves trailing because of some bad bounces. And all of a sudden, they couldn't kind of crawl back in. They go on the road, they find 2 wins, they're above 500, everyone's feeling good. You bring that same product back twice the other night, of course, and we're thinking, okay, it's the Chicago Blackhawks. You've done very well against the Blackhawks for a very long time. And what happened? You have an exceptional goaltender who just had a bad day. I mean, it's just that simple. They're going to have – hopefully this is one of the 3 maybe-ish that Joel Hofer has throughout the season. But everyone has a bad day, right? And unfortunately for the goaltenders in the National Hockey League, it's a little different than a normal human who has a bad day. When they have a bad day, a couple slides past them, and you got 18,000 people watching and, more thousands of people watching and on TV. And it's unfortunate. But I really do chalk it up to that. So these goaltenders, they don't have an easy job. Like I said, they try to be dialed in. They're trying to be as prepared as possible. I'm not worried about it one bit. It is highlighted when their mistakes are happening. I was going through Cane's. You ever been to Cane's? Doug, you ever been to that Cane's, that fried chicken joint, that drive-through?
Right there at Lindbergh by Vianney.
Is that kind of chicken?
Raising Cane's.
Yeah, I have been there. Yeah, it's been a few years that I've been there.
I like their chicken. They have good chicken. They have this special yum yum sauce. It's not quite like the hibachi yum yum. You know that orange whitish sauce. You go to like hibachi, like they do like and they give you all the sauces.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Where they go, hi, and they give me the sauces.
Mosaki Mohapi, and they give you sake shots. And They're giving like kids sake shots. Anyway, they always pass around some of that yum sauce. The cane sauce kind of reminds me of that yum sauce. But my kid the other day, I took him by. He wanted a caniac combo. You know what a caniac combo is, Doug?
No, I don't.
I think it's like 3 pieces of chicken with like a piece of warm Texas toast. And then usually it's a side. Anyway, they delivered it. We're driving away, and he opens up the box, and he goes, "What is this, a scam?" I go, "What's going on there, Bodie?" He goes, "They gave me 2 chicken tenders. What? This is a bad day. My whole day's ruined." Right? He had a bad day. This poor 9-year-old. But that's a bad day. My point is that's a bad day for a normal human. Joe Hofer has a bad day, and, he's got thousands of people booing him. His mistakes are a little bit more highlighted. Feel bad for these boys some days.
Okay, I'm starting to get it now.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, on the plus side, Jake Neighbors off to a good start. 4 goals already.
Jake's flying. Yeah, he's got a good test tomorrow night too. That Wyatt Johnson, he's a good player too. He's leading the Stars. He's leading the Stars with goals. They're both interesting stories in the sense that Jake and Wyatt. We'll probably get into it in the broadcast tomorrow. But they both live with veteran players to start their careers. Everyone remembers Braden Shen took Jake Neighbors in, really got him kind of acclimated to the league. It's a cool story. Wyatt Johnson, he was a young 19-year-old, and Joe Pavelski, the former assistant captain, longtime pro, he took Johnson in as well. So you see where the veterans kind of nurture these guys and get them acclimated to the league and show them what it is to be a pro. And now these 2 kids are off to a great start. But Jake's game's been. It's been really fun to watch, especially for a kid who's missed a little bit of camp for some personal reasons, where he had a very close friend of his pass away. And now all of a sudden he's just really coming into the scene really well. He's a player that, Jim Montgomery talks about all the time, and you see it every day, where he doesn't make any excuses. He plays, and he plays the game very hard. A lot of players in Jake's skates would, come into camp, start out on that third line. He's not in a top 6 role, but what does he do? He just continues in preseason just to put his head down and just work and wait for his opportunity. And then when the Jimmy Snuggerud on that top line experiment wasn't really quite working this early, they moved Snuggerud down, they moved Jake Neighbors up. So he goes from third line to first line almost overnight. And then what does he do? He takes advantage of the opportunity, and he does what he does best. He scores goals around the net, gets there for tips, gets there for high-quality chances. And, of course, he's just an engine for this team, and he continues to push forward and be an exciting player to watch here.
Joe, do you think there's any chance they'll give like Mayu a night off, get Kessel in there, just give the kid a little mental break even?
It's a really good question, Marty. We're going to find out here. I'm going to go to practice here this afternoon. We're going to kind of see how things shake down. It's like this cosmic balance, right? You're kind of like this cosmic tap dance, if you will, of back and forth, where on the plus side, he's a young player. He's just over 10 games in the National Hockey League. And I'm telling you, the worst thing you can do for a player who's looking to come in is play him for 4 or 5, take him out for 2. Play him for 3, take him out for 1. We've seen it, at the beginning. Remember Jake Wallman? Now, obviously, he signed a big extension with Edmonton, went to the Cup final last year. You've seen it with him. He just never really got the opportunity. Dakota Joshua was a player I talked to who used to play for the Blues. When he was in Vancouver a couple of years ago, he just hated when he was with Chief, where it seemed like he'd be in for 2, out for 1, in for 3, out for 2. It's really hard for a player to get into a rhythm. So I know why they're keeping him in. You want to keep him in because the only way really to kind of get over this little hump, if you will, is you have to get a good chunk of games under your belt, and so that's the reason for continuing to push him if they decide to go with him. Now, on the flip side of all that, as we know, you got to win games, right? And if they feel that, the mistakes are being highlighted or the things that he's doing is not helping this team win right now, and maybe just a one or 2 game reset from up top will help, then yes. But the other thing too, Marty, is you got to communicate that, and you got to tell them that. The old days, I would be taken out, a player like, say Cam Jansen's taken out, you take these players out, right? You don't say a word to them. And then they're just sitting out wondering what the heck is going on. The game's changed now, and this is where Jim Montgomery's so good. If they were to take him out, you say, okay, Logan, we're going to give you a game, maybe 2 reset on this homestand. We want you to watch from up top. We want you to watch with, a Robert Bortuzzo who's in town or whoever. We're going to give you the right resources. We just want you to observe, and we're going to talk about what you see. And then maybe come next week when the Utah Mammoth come to town 2 games, 3 games from now, we're going to put you back in, and we're going to give you a long runway. But we just think you need this quick little reset, but then when you come back in, you're going to stay in. So I think that type of communication is super important, at least that he knows when he's out what the purpose is, and he knows that he's going to get back in. But it's a tough spot for a young player because he's got a new city, new team. He doesn't have a lot of experience. He played with a young developing guy in Tyler Tucker to start things off. So it's just kind of been a whirlwind for him. And I think that sometimes you do need that 1-2 game reset. But if they decide to do that, the communication will be there when he does come back. They believe in this kid. He's going to be a great player one day. It's just a matter of getting him in there, getting the reps, getting the game.
And if you sit somebody out, you got to have somebody else who's as good or possibly better. Who would that be with the Blues? Is that Kessel that would move into that spot?
Yeah, it'd be Matthew Kessel. I mean, he's the only defenseman right now, Doug, that's hanging around, that's on the outside. And, Matthew Kessel had a great camp. I think he understood the importance of his camp. He came in and he really established himself as far as a player that killed plays. Jim Montgomery talked about it a lot throughout camp, his ability to kill plays in the D zone. A kill play is essentially the puck is moving in the offensive team, and then he stops it, whether through a body or through a puck, and maybe comes in later support. But kill plays in the D zone are very common. What he is like in Kessel's game is he's really been killing plays in the neutral zone. So, imagine if he's in, let's just say tomorrow night, and you have Tyler Seguin come up into the neutral zone with a puck. Is his ability to close the gap quickly around the red line and blue lines and kill plays there, because then you can get your transition game going, especially when you catch teams changing maybe in the second period. So one thing Matthew Kessel has done very well this preseason has been killing plays in the neutral zone. I think it really could be the transition game of the Blues. Jim Montgomery knows it. Mike Weber knows it. They know that this is a player who's ready to come in and not only come in, but make an impact on the team. And it's just about how do you manage the young Logan Mailloux, making sure the communication's there as well, because right now the Blues certainly have plenty of bodies on the back end that can do it.
Joey Vitale, our guest, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, the great Jason Gosrow. You know that Jason Gosrow, Joey, right?
Jason's a good dude. Love that, Jason.
Yeah, he fixes Doug's garage door. Doug's garage door breaks like every other week or something.
Well, it's gone down a couple times.
Yeah.
I feel like
but
you're throwing.
Fixed it.
When you get mad at the Mizzou game, do you just throw stuff at the garage?
Just bang into it. Where's my acid?
Yeah.
Here, Mr. Vaughn, here's your order of a half kilo of acid.
Joey Vitale, he'll be on the call of the festivities tomorrow night. Puck drop, 6 p.m. pregame here on 101 ESPN at 5 p.m. Doug, Joey and I were texting last night.
Were you?
I'd say about, was it 4:30, Joey? Approximately 4:30, 4:45. Doug likes to know the times and the dates and the years.
Ish. It was about that time. Yeah. Tim decided to send me a text. He said, "Hey, you coming to this party tonight?" And I said, "I don't think I was invited, but what? Tell me more." And then he said, "Oh, it's a pumpkin carving party at our kids' preschool." I said, "You know what? I missed the invite to that, and I'm okay. I'm okay with that one." I just feel like if you're gonna ask someone that though, Tim, you better be doggone sure they got the invite. I mean, that's kind of risky.
Well, I mean, your son is the same age as my son. Now they're not in the same class. But I thought, okay, I know all the dads. It's a father-son event. And I'm like, oh, no Blues game tonight? My wife was actually asking about it. And she goes, oh, is Joey going? I don't know. Let me text. Let me see what the word is. I took my son up to Carl's.
Oh,
and, yeah, you better believe it, brother. And then
Get the root beer?
Yeah, yes, indeed. And spilled it all over the place. And they were not pleased. And you know what? They shouldn't have been. And it was me, not the 3-year-old who spilled it, too. All he wanted was a gumball.
Well, you got the tiny little hands.
I know. I like little T-Rex arms and pincers and such. And Joey is like, I'm not doing it. That's what it was like. I'm not doing it. And I felt terrible for his young son. Part of me wanted to say, you know what? I'll pick him up and I'll carve 2 pumpkins.
Oh, would you
I'll
do
carve
that?
2 pumpkins is what
nice.
I'll do.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you, Tim. I stopped listening to your story right when you said your wife was asking about me. I kind of
Wow. This gentleman has soiled the sanctity of my marriage vows yet again on this program.
You ever do that when you're talking? You ever do that when you're talking to your wife and she says something or looks like you see something on her? Or so, you just go blurry. Yeah, I just went blurry there for a second. However, Carl's, you're right. How about Carl? I mean, I think when they take, first of all, if you've been to Carl's, you love Carl's.
Oh God, yeah.
But I think when they're hiring, if you walk in with a smile, they're like, get out.
Yeah. Really? I don't know if this is Yola or different.
Now we're going the other way.
Yeah.
Mr. Pearly White Teeth, I don't want to see your teeth. Go on, get. Go on, get. We need frowns, and we need business people running that group. I try to tip those ladies. I give them like $20 extra on like a tip on a burger just to get a crack a smile. They don't even say thanks. I think it's part of their thing. And I keep going back. Why? Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I kind of dig it. I kind of dig it. They're like, you know what? I'm not here to smile. I'm here to make a freaking good burger. And we make probably one of the best in St. Louis.
Oh, they do. And then I added to it by just knocking over a giant mug of root beer right all over the whole damn place.
You didn't clean it up. I hope you made someone.
I mean, I went to St. Louis U High, so I don't have to.
Okay.
I want to roll tape when Joey walks in there like, oh, here comes that yappy fellow.
Yeah, I'm not in my comfort zone. Like I just want to say something or have a conversation or just one of these days I'm going to give them a smile though. I don't know what it's going to take. I don't know what it's going to take, but I'm going to make those sweet old ladies that want to smile at Carl's. They're going to smile.
Joey, your love of Tim, it's really obnoxious, but does it cloud your view on the big ball game tonight because CB is traveling to the U-High? Big Friday night tilt. Do you back the Junior Bills because of Tim?
That's a good question.
Or do you stick with the K-Dats even though you sent your son to DeSmet? What's the answer?
Oh, boys, it is going to be a freaking beatdown.
Oh, no. No.
Those little Billikens are going to be running home with their... Do Billikens have tails? If their tails...
Do Billikens have tails?
I don't believe so. I don't think so.
Great question.
It is a great question.
Yeah, it's CBC all night, baby. I'm already wearing my purple and gold and painting up myself.
Is CBC undefeated?
Yes.
And I believe the Junior Billikens are, which is...
I think it's rare
surprise.
this time of year. They're both.
Yeah, I would agree.
The Bills stink.
They're having a nice season.
Martin, really, what do you think the number should be if we were setting a line? Because I was in a text with you, and I probably shouldn't identify the other person who was in the text. And I guessed 10.5, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, 10.5." So, what are we talking? Are we talking 21? Are we talking 28?
I'll set it at 20.
20. All right. I'm going Junior Billiken money line.
DeSmet, defending state champ, they lost a lot from that team. I know this is way more prep talk than you were expecting, but CBC beat DeSmet 56-13.
Oh boy!
And DeSmet's a good squad, so
can't touch baby. We're gonna give SLU a couple TDs tonight just to make it close. We want the fans to be interested a little bit. We want a good crowd by the fourth quarter.
Okay,
starts at 6. I wonder if I could pop in there before the event. I don't have to be down to the Bruce event till a little later. I might try.
Oh, stop on in.
Yeah. Then by the time the clock starts running clock, I'll leave.
Oh, the running clock.
The deed is done.
Now I'm angry as a hornet.
God, but I'm telling you, there was a long stretch, Vitale, where we couldn't beat the U-High, and it used to drive me nuts. I was living in Flagstaff, Rhinelander, and all my SLU buddies would call. And back then we had phones, like just call at your apartment. Hey, we beat you again. Tide has turned, brother.
That's right. Bob Dylan said it best. The times they are changing. You know what I mean, Marty?
Beautiful, wasn't it? Yeah. That's really nice.
It's a good movie. It's a new movie about Bob Dylan. It's a good movie.
Too new. Jackson, have you seen that? I know you love Timothy Chalamet. Joey Jackson calls Timothy Chalamet the jawline king.
Yeah, great. It's really good. Yeah, really good.
Sweet missile.
Yeah, he is a missile.
Doug, you ever describe a gentleman as a missile?
Not one time, no.
Yeah. He just won White Boy of the Year.
The what boy?
White Boy of the Year.
The White Boy of the Year.
Yeah, he just won White Boy of the Year. Anthony Edwards gave it to him.
Who gives out that award?
Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Really? I'd like to think I was a candidate.
Yeah, you weren't mentioned.
Well, no, my friends have always described me as the whitest person they know. So I've always thought that.
He did a great job in that movie. I learned about Bob Dylan. Remember Mr. Delpha, Marty?
Remember Mr. Delpha? Joel Delpha. CBC religion teacher.
He was a religion teacher at CBC. He wore Birkenstocks every day. I think he was high every day. I don't know.
No.
No, you don't think so? He had all kinds of Grateful Dead posters.
Trying to protect all of us. Mr. Delphin was a religion teacher, but he taught a lot of like social justice initiatives.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember one class, and the great Mike Del Pietro of the Del Pietro family may not have been paying attention. And he said, Jesus Christ, Del Pietro, I know you drove to school in a Porsche. Just pretend to pay attention.
Dude, I haven't heard from Kurt today. Is he there?
Chairman Kurt is in the back. He did not have a Joey Vitale bingo card today.
Oh, it was a one-time thing.
I missed a lot of that. Sorry.
He's just wondering if you're here.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just over here listening and learning, thinking about yum yum sauce.
Listening and learning.
Yum yum sauce. Yeah, it sounds like that yum yum sauce where it's at.
Kurt's still working through his back. He was carrying the show when Tim took about 4 weeks off. Tim turned into Marty.
God almighty. Man. I think I took 4 days. I track this stuff.
Yeah, but it feels like more.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that.
Days go by like years.
Tim one day is like a month off, like a month hiatus for anyone else.
Thank you very much, Joey. Joey, you know, I got to tell you, for a cadet, he does get it, and you got to respect that. All right, I have a feeling you guys will be texting me and dunking on me at about 9 o'clock tonight.
Maybe earlier.
Maybe earlier. That could be earlier. Joey, always enjoy the conversation. Missed you at the pumpkin carving party. Maybe next year.
Yeah, hopefully I get the invite next year. Thanks, boys. Have a great weekend.
There he is. That's Joey Vitale with us here on the program, and sounds like he doesn't really feel like he missed out on the pumpkin carving party.
Didn't seem that interested in going, really.
Right.
Or securing some sort of invitation.
Correct.
But, Jackson, I'd like a ruling here on the bingo card. Can we disqualify the pumpkin reference? Because I think Tim kind of walked him right up to that.
Tim didn't say pumpkin, though.
He said carving.
Oh, I don't think I did.
I don't think he did.
The audio back.
I think it was just said an event.
I said I texted Joey last night.
Yeah. About something, and then it came up.
Does that get us a bingo if pumpkin's in there?
Well, I threw my pen because it actually broke.
Yeah,
because I thought that was kind of unfair. Tim coaxed him into that, but we had a Tim Lemon comment earlier. We had a lot of chicken comment, including the Raisin Canes. A lot of people said he got the Caniac combo wrong. I don't know. That should always be on the bingo card that Joey gets something wrong. I don't think he said anything Italian. A lot of Yola for sure. We had a pumpkin.
Absolutely. The chicken and Yola conversation wrapped together.
We had CBC in there. I think we had bingo, yeah.
Another bingo?
Yeah.
For him. Big night. We got the drops of the week coming up here, Jackie Papers.
We sure
This
do.
is the pregame segment.
Yeah, pregame.
And apparently, according to the Stiefel dossier, in addition to the Colonel at 9 o'clock and Matt Holliday also in the Marquand Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, we're going to go through the second half of the SEC slate. Jackson split the SEC slate. First time in SEC history where there are 8 conference games in one day.
Yeah, I figured we'd celebrate such a special occasion by picking the games.
All right, fair enough. That's coming up along with the drops of the week. The Colonel, Matt Holliday, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The program is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
You've heard me talking about the Village Bar all the time. The great cheeseburgers, best in town, the waffle fries, the trash wing. Love hanging out at the Village Bar. And hopefully folks have figured out that barn out back, that's also a distillery. Yeah, they make these award-winning spirits. The rye whiskey, 1879, bourbon. They've got 7 vodkas, 6 flavored, the premium Red Barn vodka, 1879 distilling. It's also a great website. Read more about the handcrafted small batch spirits. And this is about tradition. St. Louis has a tradition back in the early 1800s with the German distilling that took place here. So you've got the tradition, the taste, the quality. Find out for yourself. 1879 distilling. Start asking for it around town. Starting to pop up as well. There's a difference when you have a Manhattan and you say put that 1879 rye in there. Don't just say, oh, I have a vodka tonic. No, you want a Red Barn vodka. and tonic. Ask for it around town, grocery stores, restaurants. Again, it's starting to pop up, and they're winning awards for what they do at 1879 Distilling. Handcrafted small batch spirits. The website's awesome. It tells you the whole story. People are starting to stop by now and order a bottle to go. Just taste it up there at the Village. You're already going to go to the Village Bar. We know that. It's the hangout, the place to be all the time. Great food, just great atmosphere. Now start ordering those spirits by name. 1879. Find out for yourself the tradition, the taste, and the quality. 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
Well, Doug, this is Wyclef and Shakira from 2006, right?
Yeah.
I don't know the years, Tim.
It was Wyclef's birthday.
Oh, gosh. Here we go again.
Let's see. I bet he was 25 in 95 when the Fugees... I'll go 55.
56.
54.
Today is his 56th birthday.
Damn it, this
Nailed
Doug
it. Got him again.
It's so hard to win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Killing Me Softly, great cover.
Yeah. Fugees.
How about that Shakira, huh?
One of the best.
You agree with me then, huh?
Yeah.
Do you view her as too old if you were to see her
No.
at Molly's?
Nope. No, I do not.
So you would approach a 50-year-old lady?
Sure. People know that Charlize is like number one for me, so
I didn't know that people
Really?
knew
You'd
that.
go as high as 50?
People know. They're buzzing
famously.
around town.
Cameron Kerr was shaking his head with
Why?
this
He
name.
knows. People know. I love Charlize.
People know, Doug.
That was a big me. Johnny Load. He was so mad that J-Rod
I have to
called
say,
himself.
this is a John Rodriguez reset. It was not on the Stiefel dossier. And so when this show is not mapped out, sometimes it gets away from us.
start flailing.
Because we just don't know how to do it if it's not
John
mapped
Rodriguez
out.
may have put J-Rod on his spike.
That is correct. And I'm telling you, there were a variety of guys, all of whom are either in the Hall of Fame or going to be in the Hall of Fame, who are like, what the hell is this? When John Rodriguez showed up in the Cardinal clubhouse with J-Rod on his spikes. And it was the best to watch them all, because I saw them all react. I remember Larry Walker and Edmonds, and I can't remember who else. And then I guess, what did we ask Tony about it after the game?
No, it was Joel Goldberg. They were on the road, and he would get nicked a lot in that post-game setting by the skipper, and they were in San Diego. And I think the skipper even had like shaving cream on his head, or he just came out of the shower or something. But Joel's interviewing him and said, J-Rod was saying, he goes, who? And Joel's like, J-Rod. And he goes, who's that? And he said, John Rodriguez. And Tony was nodding. He said, you can't give your own nickname. And so Joel's like, well, what am I supposed to do? And he goes, I don't know, man. Just, Johnny Load or something. And so then Johnny Load became a thing.
I bet this is why we talk about managers and the way they handle protecting the clubhouse and so on and so forth. I bet La Russa deep down couldn't have cared, but my guess is one of his high caliber players, and they had plenty at that time, said something like, hey man, we got a rookie who just showed up here from Memphis, and he's got J-Rod on his spikes.
You think 15 may have...
I could see
Tony,
that.
do something about it. He's calling himself J-Rod. It's not funny.
I think Larry Walker was a combination of confused and amused by it at that point in his career. I think that was his last season, if I'm not mistaken. Yep.
I don't think they would really care. It's just you leave yourself wide open for ridicule and hazing. I'm sure no one really cared that he had that on his shoes.
What about that?
But big me is what they would say, right? If somebody thought they were cool, like Papers.
Dig me.
Dig me. I'm
Dig
sorry.
me. Big me being a Foo Fighters jam.
That's it.
Dig me. That was the thing.
Dig me.
Yeah, dig me.
And I've already forgot. What did Papers just do that was a dig me?
Everybody knows that I like Charlize Theron.
Right.
Okay.
How pissed, though, do you think Alan Craig is?
What about that? David Freese
that
said.
might have been in play with Schultz last year since he's on the staff.
That's correct. All right, the programs the morning after. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Doug, this is the pre-Gabe segment on the Stiefel dossier.
All right.
Because Gabe's at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock if you're in Denver. And Matt Holliday will also be with us at some point in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. And in the pregame segment, we look back on the work that we have done with great satisfaction in the drops of the week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
You get a lot more guys in there.
I'm eating ribs in my underwear.
I know I'm thinking Suzanne Summers, but for whatever reason, I couldn't get Goldie Hawn out of my head.
Twitter ain't real, and it's just a bunch of bullcrap thrown on message boards.
You spit on my face? You drink? You Missouri? All y'all.
Drive-through exorcism?
What do you know about custard stands?
But it's a slippery slope, Doug. Once you throw the tortilla, next thing you know.
Get ready. Here comes a butt plug. Oh, no.
Dudes be trying to push up on my wife. She bad. It's just the game, right? That's what they do.
My wife can be kind of a nag sometimes. I think she's the greatest woman in the world. I truthfully do. But, like, come on.
Come on already. This is nonsense.
Jesus, you guys need a hobby.
Coach, thank you. That was Drops of the Week. Drop, down, drop.
It was connected like a storyline.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice.
Like when albums would kind of blend into the next song. It was
Nice.
Linear narrative.
I like that. Linear narrative. Watch the program and talk it over with Darth 007, who says,
and then I would say every other club season, I'm pretty into it. Depends how early I get up on Saturdays to watch Premier League.
Do you have a team?
Nah. Not really.
You really make it a point to get up early on Saturday to watch?
No, I don't make a
European
point of it, but if I
He
am
sings
up,
He'll Never Walk Alone sometimes to himself.
Do you
No, I
really?
don't like Liverpool. Their fans are they're fans of the Tennessee Volunteers of the Premier League.
Wow, how about that?
This would be fun to workshop.
Yeah, college
What about
SEC
Fulham?
fans.
Who are
and
their,
Premier
what about
League.
Tottenham? Who are their fans?
Fulham would be more like Missouri. But
Franke's team is Arsenal, right?
correct.
So you hate them, I hope.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But who are they, fan-wise, most akin to? Are they like a USC, Notre Dame? What do you got? Bama?
Florida, maybe. I don't know. They haven't won in a long time, but they're super famous. So whoever you would put in that category, maybe Tennessee.
Yeah.
Regardless, it's not. If I wake up early, I throw it on.
Okay.
You do have a
find
nip of the
people
cooking, Sherry?
Not usually that early. I'm a light beer guy, so if you drink light beer like all day, eventually you either gotta commit or you gotta abort. You know what I'm saying?
Commit or abort.
How did people of your age group get so interested in Premier League soccer? Because there's a lot of them
FIFA,
are.
the video game.
Is that what it was?
That and playing the game, yeah.
Well, everyone has played the game.
Right, but there was
usually
less...
soccer players make lousy soccer fans.
Really?
Well, it's been the case.
I sound like the mosaic drop there.
Really? Because every little kid,
Back it
first
up.
sport they play in this country is soccer.
Right.
But it's not terribly popular at the pro level in this country.
Yeah, accessibility has just grown and grown ever since NBC and Premier League made that partnership.
There must have been it wasn't that they were just putting it on and we're like, oh, there's soccer. They must have known there was a desire for
Martin, it's a great question, and I have a first-hand anecdote for you. I think you might enjoy this. This is logistics and played a large role in how television became so popular, or soccer became so popular, in particular with Jackson's generation, but younger for that matter. And I just coincidentally played golf with a guy by the name of John Miller, but not who you're thinking of Giants broadcasting.
Not that.
I guess close friend. I don't want to say close friends, but certainly he's friends with Joe Buck. And I was in Jupiter playing with Adam Long, who was from St. Louis, went on tour, his dad, and he's friends with John. John's an NBC executive. And he's like, oh, you guys both are in broadcasting. You ought to talk about it. And I go, so we're just BSing about a variety of things. And he said one of the things that was so important, and it played a role in what wound up happening with soccer and NBC, and I don't know if he's still there. This was about 5 years ago, probably 4 years ago, when we were playing. He said, I asked my kids, what it was that they and their friends were really, really into, and they were all into the EPL and European soccer. And so he said, one of the ways that we would make decisions based on, programming moves was, where are the people who are our next generation of viewers? Where are their eyes? And that's where their eyes were. And that gave him and I'm not saying that is why the deal was done, but that got it in their discussion to capitalize on what they saw as a real opportunity for that market, because with television in the state that it was in at that time, it was something that you couldn't do back 30 years ago. But if younger people were into it, that's why they were aggressive with bringing that on board. And it's played a key role in it, because if you're a kid and you're up early, you're watching those games. Yeah. And I'm telling you, man, I see, and it's not intended to be a defining statement by any means, but I bet a lot of people will agree with this statement. I personally see a lot more Messi jerseys than I see Cardinal jerseys around St. Louis on kids, that is.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing, too, is like, if you're a young kid, if you're my age, you got to see Messi in his prime. And if you're a kid who's 10 or 12 years old right now, you also saw Messi at the back end of his prime. Like, he's a Babe Ruth-like figure who you can watch right now. And I think that is really important, along with Cristiano Ronaldo as well.
And at some point, ESPN.com started putting their scores like on the top of the page. And I was like, they maybe 10 years ago made it mainstream. Yeah. MLB, NHL, NFL, and then it would be Premier League.
The star power is unrivaled. I mean, truly, like someone like Messi is.
They make like $100 million
deified.
Playing over there.
Yeah. Oh my God. Like the guy, like he can't walk through Argentina. He can't walk through anywhere.
The Athletic always has its most popular stories, and 7 of the top 8 are soccer stories. Yeah. Now, I mean, we're talking about overseas, with the exception of with college soccer at risk, U.S. soccer pushes for overhaul, but not without resistance. But that's where it is. And to the Athletics' credit, they recognize there's a demand for it, so they provide the supply. Since at this point, sports journalism is more about targeting a specific audience of a team, as opposed to like what I grew up with, and I imagine you guys grew up with, which was open up the St. Louis Post-Dispatch sports page. Those days are over, and so people pick out the stuff that they want, and they don't pay attention to the stuff they have zero interest in. Makes all the sense in the world.
Some people like
some things.
Yeah, and some people.
Jackson, we got
don't
the
like
second half of this SEC slate.
We sure do. Let's kick it off. Let's just get right into it. Mississippi State goes to the Swamp. Florida Gators are 9.5-point favorites over more cowbell. Doug, we'll start with you.
I'm going to go with Florida. I think they're playing much better now than they did early in the year.
Okay.
I'll go with the Gators.
Guess you didn't see College Station last Saturday night, brah.
Yeah.
Tim, you like...
I like Mississippi State, and I like them a lot. I don't like them as much as I like Vanderbilt against LSU. But I think Mississippi State's a good team, number one. And I'll throw a little parlay out there, Doug. I know you like to parlay. Hugh Freeze and Billy Napier both are not the coaches of their teams when we do this program on Monday morning.
Martin?
What if they get fired during the show? I'll go Mississippi State as well.
Okay, Mississippi State. I am also on Mississippi State.
Doug, you're on an island again.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah. It's just too many points. It's just too many points. It's
a lot
Florida.
of points.
Florida has not proven to be a 9.5-point favorite over any SEC opponent, unless it's Kentucky. Speaking of which, the Texas Longhorns head to Kroger Field in Kentucky. Texas is a 12.5-point favorite on the road. I'm going to get out in front of this and say Texas covers that number.
They kind of need to, don't they? Need to pour it on somebody.
Yeah, they got to do some tricks. Martin?
Yes.
You also on Texas?
Yeah, I'll say Texas.
I will take Kentucky.
All right.
And the 12.5 points.
Tim likes the dog there. Tennessee at Alabama. Bama at home, 8.5-point favorite against the Volunteers.
I'll be happy to lead off. I think it's only fair that we have a random order. I will go with Alabama and lay the 7.5 points. Tennessee and LSU both fall into the category of brand names that I am shorting right now. And I think Alabama's receivers against the weak Tennessee secondary, combined with the greatness of Ty Simpson, is a perfect match for the Roll Tide.
Doug?
Well, I think Alabama's going to be able to run the ball. They'll try to throw the ball, and they'll try to kick the ball. They'll try to play good defense as well. And because of those factors, I'm going to pick Alabama.
I've been picking Bama for a few weeks to really get rolling. I thought it would start with that Vandy game, but maybe this is the one where they put it all together.
They beat Georgia, Vanderbilt, and Missouri. What are you talking about?
I was looking for them to just start boot stomping some people. I was predicting that going into that Vandy game.
Tough to boot stomp.
But I think I'm going to say this is the week it all comes together.
You're taking Alabama?
Yeah. Is it 7.5 or
8.5?
8.5. Okay.
I am on the Volunteers. I don't think they win, but I think they can cover that
You
number.
always back that Josh Heupel.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, it's something I love doing. And then the final game of the slate, your Missouri Tigers head down to the Plains. Missouri is a 1.5-point favorite on the road against Jackson Arnold and the Auburn Tigers. I'll start it off. I don't care. Missouri.
Wow, that's all. He doesn't have anything else to say about it, Doug.
Missouri.
All right.
Doug?
I took heat last week when I picked Alabama to beat Missouri. Took a lot of heat, but it came true. But this week I'm going to pick Missouri.
All right.
I think it's going to be a big comeback.
Were we picking with the spread last week? And what spread did we have on Missouri, Alabama last week? I don't even know. It depends on where you got it.
Probably 3.5.
Doug, I apologize. You didn't win.
No, we picked just who's going to win.
Jackson?
Game day style?
Jackson's what happened. Jackson's a liar.
Can't remember.
Jackson's a liar.
I took a lot of heat for picking Alabama to beat Missouri.
Did we just do it straight? I think you just said that, though. I don't think we did like a segment.
Straight.
I don't remember.
I didn't sanction
Text
it.
line was full of me.
I remember you picking them, but I think it was just straight, which is fine. But that wouldn't have you wouldn't have got paid that. Well, regardless.
When did Doug turn into Woody Page? Backing Bama, the Cubs, the Brewers. I don't know what to make of this game, but I'll go with Mizzou. This is the safe choice.
Hell yeah.
Local sports guy.
I legitimately think Missouri's going to win. You can imagine, don't really care what the response is, but that's what I really think. And if I can get a nice little base going at 11 o'clock with Vanderbilt, there might be a heavy allocation from the Tam Avenue Capital Partners.
Love to hear it.
Might be a heavy allocation from the Tam Avenue. We'll see what the Colonel thinks. He's going to join us coming up, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. The program is TMA. It's presented by Brian Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Schnucks is in a neighborhood near you. I can say that with confidence. No matter where you live, there's a Schnucks nearby. And when you head inside, you're going to save money on your groceries, which is a tough thing to do these days, but they're making sure to lower prices as much as they can, wherever they can. That's why they got together months ago, decided what items they could knock down the price and leave them marked down. That was over 2,300 items back then. That's in addition to the weekly savings that they do around the store. And if you got the Rewards app, you get that app, they'll let you know about additional savings, especially if you have certain items you buy all the time. You'll get an email letting you know what extra savings are available that week. You also check out with that Rewards, and you have money saved in your account. You can save it up over the course of months or a year, whatever. And when you're ready to cash out, you're going to get all of that right off your bill. It's a great deal. The Rewards app also allows you to do curbside delivery, home delivery. They started Schnucks Delivers a few years back. All part of the great service you get at your neighborhood-friendly Schnucks.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Oh, we got some baseball action here on 101 ESPN this evening. Dodgers and Brewers. Pre-game at 7 p.m. First pitch at 7:38 p.m. That was another Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, my. What will the bass in Tina E's beat sound like tomorrow night at 10:45 on the Plains, Doug? Oh.
You think they'll take this song with them to Auburn and insist that it be played when they run on the field?
Defense and Tina E travels.
Thank you. The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Mark Hanna, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. And the 9 o'clock hour today includes the Colonel for his traditional appearance. And Matt Holliday will be with us as well. Then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. A couple news and notes here from the text inbox. Number one, Arbor Day wants to change his name to Jay Delsing's Bottomless Golf Balls, Martin.
Jay is giving away golf balls.
And I'd like to give Arbor Day a prize just for that. And then also, I have been notified that is a burner fest, Jackson, in the YouTube chat today.
Lovely.
I don't know what happened, but I have observed it, and it's just a bunch of people who have never
Probably
been in there before.
Soccer talk, probably.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Attracted all those bugs.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines the great Gabriel P. DeArmond. Morning, Colonel.
What's up? How are you?
Wonderful. Man, it's going to be a late-night post-game show tomorrow night.
It is. It's not the greatest, but, you know, that's how it goes.
You are not making the trip to Auburn, Alabama.
Is Auburn, Alabama now located in Columbia, Missouri?
Colonel's not leaving his couch either. Did you go in 2022?
I did. I was at that game.
How was Jordan Hare?
Missouri's SID.
You what?
I got yelled at by the SID after that game.
Oh, what happened?
Well, it was that was the game where Nate Pete fumbled, stretching out for the end zone, and the area where. Like road interviews are real, post-game interviews are real informal, and so we were all just kind of standing outside Missouri's locker room waiting for everybody to go into the room where we could interview, and Nate was out there, and he was very distraught, obviously, and Desiree Reed-Francois walked over to give him a hug and kind of console him and a bunch of teammates, and I was about 40 feet away and took my phone out just to take a picture, and the SID was very unhappy that I was taking a picture of a human moment in a public setting, and she screamed at me for a little while. So.
Oh, do you have your feelings hurt?
Yeah, I don't really know. I said I thought it would kind of make your AD look like a human being, but maybe I don't know.
Well, the good thing is the SIDs seem to come and go, so you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, it's a new SID now. I'm no issue. I have not been yelled at by the new.
It might have been a couple ago. I know.
Yeah, fair.
Colonel, weirdly, I remember you, I can't recall the name of the writer you had on who was covering Vanderbilt last year going into that home game in Columbia. And it kind of put me on notice a little more so than I was going into that. I don't think anybody knew that about Vanderbilt. I think they had lost to Georgia State perhaps the week before playing Missouri. Because that guy's just like Diego Pavia. I think he might have made a Magic Johnson comparison. And nobody knew about Diego Pavia at that time. He kind of put himself on the map that week in Columbia, and he really put himself on the map the following week in Nashville when they beat Alabama. So I like listening to your interviews with the writers who cover the teams because they actually know, and they also know the pulse around the teams. And after listening to your interview with Auburn's reporter, which I was doing this morning, I feel better about Missouri going into the game, both from a matchup standpoint and then also from the current psyche of the Auburn team/program. Is that your read after talking to him?
Yeah, the best response to that was somebody said that sounds like your interviews during the Kim Anderson era. But yeah, they're down in Auburn right now, and you kind of saw something after the last game that you just never see. And Hugh Freeze, I don't want to say he blamed the officiating, but he acknowledged the calls and all that. And you just don't really see that out of head coaches. And, Nathan King was the guy I talked to, and he said that team was destroyed after that Georgia game. And, you just question how they can come back. And there are two possibilities on Saturday night. Either they come out and they want to fight for their coach and their program and, show that, hey, guys, we're 2 plays away from being 5-1 and ranked in the top 15, just like Missouri is. Or Missouri comes out and kind of punches them in the mouth, and they just decide they're not all that interested in fighting in this one.
Mizzou is a slight favorite.
If that happens, Hugh Freeze may not coach another game.
Yeah. Oh, you think this could be it? Mizzou is a slight favorite. Does that surprise you? You think that's what the way it should be?
No, what surprised me was that Auburn opened as a 3-point favorite, and within 24 hours, it switched to Missouri by a point and a half.
It was. I saw 3.5 initially, Gabe.
Moved that fast.
That is, and I think there's sometimes some misnomers about why that happened. That is the sharp gamblers are the ones who move it because they have the money. And they will bet underdogs early, and they'll wait on favorites. That's not by any means, a lock, but that's the way that lines move. And
as I understand it, the smart move is to bet Missouri plus 3.5, and now go bet Auburn plus 1.5.
See if you can middle.
Missouri wins by a point.
See if you can middle and double hit it. And you got nothing to lose when you got that 5-point delta. If it gets at 1.5 at kickoff, and you got it at 3.5 plus, yeah, it's a nice little 5-point delta. But that's the same thing that we saw last week with Missouri Alabama. That the sharp money was also on Missouri, so much so that the line dropped substantially. So that is an intriguing move back-to-back weeks that the sharps are high on the Tigers.
Yeah, and I think last week ended up being a push, didn't it? I think
it depends. Some had it at 3.5 at kick, some had it at 2.5, and some had it at 3. It just depends on your book. But yeah, 3-point loss.
Yeah. So once again, they don't build those fancy buildings in Las Vegas for nothing. They tend to have it.
And the total too, by the way, was 51. So that hit right on the nose too.
Yeah, and a 1.5 spread, to me, that is. That's a pick'em game. If you're betting Auburn plus 1.5, you just think Auburn's going to win the game.
What should the general fan base have taken from the Alabama game? Is Mizzou a little better than we thought they were, or maybe not quite as good, or having had a week to reflect on that? What do you take from the Alabama loss?
I think it all kind of depends on what you want to believe anyway, right? I think you can definitely make the case that, hey, Missouri played like a C game and still had a chance to beat Alabama, which is, I think, encouraging. I don't think Alabama played an A game by any means either. I think the pessimistic people will say, see, first time we played a real team and we got beat, which is probably a little unfair, but that viewpoint is certainly out there. What I took from it is the thing I'm most confident in with this Missouri team is the defense. And everybody's going to focus on the 2 fourth downs, and I get it. Alabama made a couple gotta-have-it plays, but they held Alabama to the fewest yards, the fewest passing yards, and the fewest yards per play they've had all season long. That defense gave them a chance to win that game, and I think will give them a chance to win pretty much every game the rest of the year.
Who do you think there's more pressure on Saturday? Kirby Moore in the play calling, or Bo Prabula and how he performs?
No, it's Bo. Because I just think play calling is such an easy scapegoat. Just call the touchdown play. They don't call plays that they don't think are going to work. And, if Bo throws the ball to Marquise Johnson on the last play, nobody's talking about this. Again, Missouri's biggest problem in that game was between the first touchdown in the second half and when they got the ball back with 3:15 to go, down 10 points. They had run 11 plays. I don't
you can nitpick what they called on a few of those plays, but the problem was they weren't executing anything well enough to stay on the field. They had a whole lot of 2-yard runs on first down, and when this team's in 2nd and 8, it's a whole lot different than this team in 2nd and 5. So I think it's Bo. And there is certainly some pressure on him. I think the reasonable point of view is he's probably not as good as everybody thought he was after week 2, but I don't think he's as bad as he looked Saturday either.
Gabe DeArmond with us here. Hey, Colonel Kurt Cignetti gets that monster extension yesterday afternoon and says, I want to retire as an Indiana Hoosier. And that, of course, is, I'm sure, in part because of what's going on with Penn State. Eli Drinkwitz, I saw you posted. He appeared on the program in Alabama that you were on. What's that called again? McCready?
McCready and Siskey.
Yeah, and Drinkwitz was on there talking about it.
He was on McElroy and Kubelik.
Oh,
with Greg and Cole.
Got it. What is your read on the situation there with Drinkwitz? I know he was asked about it this week, and then he commented on that show as well. Your read on that situation with the coaching jobs open?
Yeah, I mean, I know Missouri fans would like him to come out and say, I'm not going anywhere, blah, blah, blah. And I mean, he could. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. We've seen plenty of coaches say that and then leave anyway, including some here. I would imagine that there are conversations going on. He got a 1-year extension before this year. He's currently under contract till the end of the 2029 season. But I would imagine that there are conversations to rework that and make it, there's a little bit of a question about how long-term it can be, because the thing at Mizzou is athletic department contracts longer than 5 years require board of curator approval. And nobody is currently on one longer than 5 years. Now, the board of curators loves Eli Drinkwitz. If Laird Veach goes to the curators and says, I want a 10-year deal, they will approve it in a heartbeat. I mean, there's no question about that. So I would imagine something. I think there are conversations going on, but the big thing about this is nothing's going to happen for 7. Like, Drinkwitz isn't going to go do interviews, and Penn State's not going to hire Eli Drinkwitz before the season's over or anything. So, we can stress out about this every day between now and then, but I think really this is okay. When the season ends, let's see where his head's at. My belief is he will be the coach here next year. I have talked to enough people that know him better than I do that say he's very happy here. His family loves it. He's got everything he needs. He has the full support of everybody on campus. Like, I expect him to be the coach here going forward. But, again, Eli and I don't hang out, and he doesn't tell me exactly what he's thinking about those things. So we'll see.
I was going to ask you about a Negus Webster Chan post, and I will. But in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, they are not happy with us for not mentioning Bo Prabula stepping out of bounds on the first drive last week. The broadcast mentioned it, and they didn't review it. It was blatantly obvious, Doug. That's from Roger Dorn, who wants you.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't either.
Like, I really don't know what you're talking about.
The touchdown run was in the middle of the field.
Perhaps it was maybe the fourth play from scrimmage when Prabula ran down the field, and the next play was the Norfleet touchdown.
Oh,
so we're mad about a drive on which they went 75 yards in 5 plays?
I think they wanted some of his run called back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
not sure why that's a big factor now, but
I got some Roger Dorn. He played third base over there for the Cleveland. Don't say it.
I remember that. Yeah.
And then Negus Webster Chan, who to me is just a star. I hope he's on the payroll at some point. He has just posted a little birdie said black helmets, white tops, black bottoms on the planes.
Like that. No, sir.
What did they wear in the 2013 SEC title games? Does anybody know that?
That was a dark period for the uniforms. I was talking about that with Jackson.
Whatever they were, don't wear those again.
Yeah, that was
anthracite
rough.
Shoulder pads.
Yeah, that was rough. I think it was anthracite and gold pants.
Ugh.
Those uniforms had a force field that repelled Trey Mason all day long.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. Negus Webster Chan, man, this guy.
Did you say white helmet?
Black helmets, white tops, black bottoms.
That's exactly what I said earlier in the week.
You did call that.
Yeah.
And are you okay with that, Papers?
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good look.
Yeah, but what if you had the gold pants?
Don't like the
That'd
gold
be
pants.
better.
Guess you hate Armageddon and Arrowhead.
No, I don't.
Interesting.
Okay.
I don't, Gabe, I got to ask a uniform question. Don't you think those uniforms last week were pretty good?
I truly don't remember what they were.
He's out at this point. He's out. He will not put up with it.
I couldn't tell you what the uniforms were.
God, I thought that was a great uniform comment. If they could go with that, yeah. All right, we're on the same page.
Yes,
Doug.
yes.
All right, Colonel. Can't wait for the post-game show. You're going to be doing it till like 12:30 tomorrow, Sunday morning.
Yeah, I mean, if they lose, it could be later than that. we'll see how it goes. I am hoping for it's over in the third quarter and we can wrap things up, but we'll see.
There he is, Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton. Thank you, Colonel.
All right, guys, have a good one.
You too. It's Gabe DeArmond, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He doesn't have the balls to address Bo Prabula stepping out of bounds. And neither do you, Doug, I've noticed.
So
what are we supposed to do about it?
He's saying he got a few extra yards than he should have gotten because he stepped out before.
So the 23-yard run was prior to the touchdown pass. Is that what we're referring to?
I guess. Well, we need Roger Dorn to call in.
He had a 4-yard run earlier in the drive.
That's correct.
That was a scamper. That was like a quarterback draw.
He had a 12-yard run earlier.
That was the quarterback draw.
Okay.
Roger Dorn,
he's a good running quarterback.
Callier and Thompson phone lines. Yeah, he is. He really is.
I think maybe roll him out a little bit.
That's what that first drive. They ran a great draw play. Just one step on the drop back and right up the gut, and then they didn't run again for the rest of the game.
James Carlton, 314-961-4800. He's my insurance agent. Jamie Rivers made the switch a few weeks ago and started saving thousands of dollars a year with James Carlton. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's carltoninsurance.net. Think about it. A 2-minute phone call could save you thousands of dollars. It is worth taking the chance to spend 120 seconds to see if you can save thousands of dollars. And you're going to get great customer service. That's why I switched. I couldn't be happier. I can't say enough good things about James. The 452 5-star reviews for James Carlton speak to the happiness of many of his clients. It's 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. Matt Holliday is going to join us. Coming up, we got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Great international cities like Edinburgh and Glasgow, but also the countryside like the Highlands, the Loch Ness, the Isle of Skye. You get really all sides of it when you head to spectacular Scotland. We put a trip together with our friends at Colette next summer, making our plans now for this awesome trip. June 15th is the departure day, and Colette's been doing this for more than a century. They put together the whole package, all the details taken care of, flights, meals, hotels, local experiences as well. So again, the Orkney Islands, the big cities of Glasgow and Edinburgh, awesome trip. Don't miss out. Join me by calling our friends at Altair Travel at 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600. More information also at 101ESPN.com. It's going to be so much fun. A summer trip to Scotland, enjoying a taste or two at a historic whiskey distillery, going to the National Bagpipe Center, seeing all the sights and sounds, a trip of a lifetime. They'll handle everything. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy. Altair Travel, 314-968-9600.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And Doug, it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines the great Matt Holliday. Morning, Matt the Bat.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's going on with you? What do you got going
on? Well, I'm sitting outside. It's fall break for the kids, so I think there's about 7 12-year-olds in the house sleeping scattered all over the house. The wife just had Chick-fil-A breakfast delivered.
Oh, nice. Chicken and biscuits?
Oh, yeah, chicken biscuits.
And then, so I'm just kind of sitting out here.
Hiding?
Well, it's a beautiful morning.
Hiding.
And just, hiding. Just snuck away to talk to you fine lads.
Fine lads.
Yeah, I like that. Fine lads. What do the 12-year-olds do all night? They just sit there and play video games? Is that what they do?
It's a great question. I just go to bed. I don't know what they do the rest of the night. They're demanded to get out of the pool when we go to bed, but after that, I'm not sure. I think the current 12-year-old situation is show each other YouTubes they're watching on their phones, or they play these Fortnite stuff, and they did go play wiffle ball and stuff outside for a while. Probably not a ton different than when we were 12, but so they were up late. I don't know how late, but they seem to all be starting to wake up.
I'm sure you were streaming the show yesterday, but David Freese sounds like he is amenable to doing the red jacket thing, and I guess he said he's kind of been. It sounded like he's been thinking more about it, and he said maybe not next summer. And I'm like, that'd be a tough year to do it with Albert and Yachty kind of going in. But that was a little bit of news and notes out of that interview that I think he's open to it.
Well, that's awesome. He deserves it. I think he's in a good place. I haven't talked to him probably as much as I'd like to, but just following him on social media and that's great. I wish I could have jumped on yesterday. I had a busy morning, but I'm excited to hear that. How was the interview?
He was great. Yeah, he kind of stole your spot though. We felt really uncomfortable. Thursday at 9, and then
that's fine.
Oh, it's fine.
It's quick.
Somebody cares.
To be honest. Jeez, so hurtful.
Yeah, he was great, though, man. I didn't know. I mean, I guess you probably talked to him. I know you guys were close. And Martin was saying this a little earlier, that you thought, and I guess I did too, that he felt like he wasn't worthy of it, but his worthiness is not necessarily about his play on the field so much as he wasn't proud of the person he was while he was with the Cardinals, and that's what really factored into what he said at the outset, that he didn't want the red jacket.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the performance on the field that carried us or helped carry us to a world championship would warrant, a Cardinal Hall of Fame jacket. But I do, like you said, I think the place that he was in his life, his personal life, and just kind of, some of the things that he was struggling with at the time, I think goes back to that just wasn't a good spot for him. And, sometimes you don't want to really remember those things. And I think it takes a while, and it takes probably some therapy, and probably takes some hard thinking about, why, and to appreciate what was good, and to, I guess, learn from what was bad, and maybe take a look at some of the things that were harmful that have got him to this place to where he's in a really good spot. And, he's a great husband and father to 3 super cute kids, and looks like he's into some martial arts stuff and taking really good care of himself. So I'm thrilled for him. I really appreciate that he's going to want to do that. I mean, he belongs, and I'm looking forward to that.
Matt Holliday with us here on the program. When that was going on, that's something that's going to stay inside the clubhouse. And then that gets me into something that has been a hot topic in St. Louis. I don't know how closely you have followed it, Matt, but that is Mike Schilt. And with the reports out of San Diego, Kevin Acee of the San Diego Union Tribune talking with Schilt, and got 20 sources from the Padres and then 6 from the Cardinals talking about how it was a tough spot in San Diego for a number of people, and then talking with some people in St. Louis who saying it was a tough spot. And truthfully, and I think there's some in St. Louis fans, and I understand it, I'm not angry about it, it comes with our jobs, who are mad that the St. Louis media didn't report it, but it just wasn't something that we were privy to. Stuff was going on inside the clubhouse. If it wasn't something that we were privy to. And the Cardinals, and Mozeliak took a lot of heat for it, talked about philosophical differences because he didn't, I guess, want to air it out, and he was told legally he couldn't air things out. So then you get into this. So I ask about this because when you have things going on inside the clubhouse and then it can play out in changing of jobs or players changing teams, the public can not necessarily be in the know. But I would think the responsible thing would be, even though we might not like it, is to keep it in the clubhouse. So how did you navigate that throughout your career? And what do you think specifically to the Schilt situation? What do you think of what's going on here with that?
Yeah. Well, again, I think this is one of those deals where it's tricky to navigate. I think going back to my playing career, so just, we'll go back to before the Schilt situation. I think that there's things, particularly with Tony and the emphasis on, hold on, dogs. Particularly with Tony, it was one of those things where what happens in the clubhouse stays in the clubhouse. And, keeping that, kind of, we can address this and that clubhouse bond. And I think it's more difficult now than ever, obviously, with social media and, people so easily, cameras and everything and everywhere. So I think it was easier back in the day to keep things, that are getting out or people find out about nowadays. It's the culture and the landscape of how that stuff gets out nowadays is changed quite a bit. But, with the Schilt stuff, I think, in looking at the success on the field the team was having, both in St. Louis and San Diego, and, gets let go in both places, I think people start to ask questions, and I think people start to wonder if there's more to it. And I think people started digging and started asking questions, and I think that when it comes down to it, if you treat enough people the wrong way, or you lead in a certain way that other people don't feel empowered to do their job, or feel like you talk down to them, or it's kind of a dictatorship instead of a partnership. I think that kind of thing is very difficult. Especially when you're dealing with grown men and you're dealing, this isn't, high school ball or college ball. This is Major League Baseball, and a lot of his assistant coaches and people that he works with are very accomplished pros, very accomplished players, very accomplished coaches. And the posture of talking down to them and disrespecting them, I think that wears out quick. And I also think that, some of the talk, and again, this is nothing that I experienced. So this is, kind of stuff that I hear as well. But when you treat people that, from clubhouse people to people that, that are there and serving and all the things that go into being a clubhouse guy, and people that work in the clubhouse, and from the younger guys to the clubhouse guys to the traveling secretary and all the trainers and all the people behind the scenes. And when you don't treat them well, I think that people get real they don't like that. And so I think that you wear out your welcome pretty quick when that's the style of leadership. And so it's always really surprised me, just because my experience with Mike, and when he was down in the minor leagues and the field coordinator and all the things that he did in the minor leagues while I was playing in the major leagues, those weren't my experiences with him. And so I don't know what happens sometimes when you get the manager job, and you're kind of the head guy. Sometimes that changes people, and they start to behave and do things that seems different and out of the character that you're used to, and that feels a lot like what's being reported. And I obviously have some inside sources in St. Louis that would confirm that there was ways that he was treating people that eventually wore out his welcome.
Yeah, I said the phrase the other day. I said it's not about being demanding; it's being demeaning. And I think it's the opposite of LaRussa, where people just saw him on TV, say, "Oh, this guy's just a jerk," and then you would talk to people. No, he's all about manners. And does he get a little bonkers at times? Yes, but the guy you saw on TV wasn't the same. And then the reverse was Schild, who I felt like came off like a nerdy librarian. And then you would hear these stories where people were just almost terrified to show up and do their job. It was shocking in that way. I think what's interesting is both San Diego and St. Louis, it was almost always staff and coaches. Largely, you didn't hear much about players. And I'm wondering, can you get away with that? If you're going to berate or demean, obviously a rookie you could pick on, but wouldn't the veterans then kind of jump in and say, hey, that's not cool? Do you know what I mean? It seemed like the players were not targets of this.
Well, I certainly don't think because look, and I'm not the kind of guy that says that to be a good coach you have to have played in the major leagues. But when you start coming down, if you start taking shots at major league players and you never played in the major leagues, I mean, that's a slippery slope. I mean, it's you start telling major league players, in a derogatory way of what they, where they're coming up short. I mean, that's an easy comeback. I mean, that's an easy, you know what I mean? Like players will not take that well. And I don't think a lot of the staff took it well either, but I certainly think that, you get in a player's face, that too many times you might not like what happens. And I'm not condoning violence, but if somebody, and Mike's not the biggest dude in the world. And so I don't know. I just think that he kind of, it sounds like he picked on the people that he could pick on. And, look, I think power can get the best of all of us. And when you feel the power, or you feel like you're running things and you're, and again, I don't know where all this comes from. A lot of it could come from the pressures that he felt that he needed the job and was just trying to make sure that won enough games to keep the job. But I just think that it comes down to, there's a way to treat people no matter what's going on in life. And if you're constantly belittling people, I mean, people just get sick of it. And I like I said, I certainly think players who have played the major leagues and would look at, his lack of career, I think it'd be a pretty quick comeback that might put him right in his place if he got too mouthy with players.
You think not having played could lead to some insecurity there, where he maybe had to show that I really am large and in charge, whether I was as good as you as a player or not?
Sure. I mean, I think that there's always going to be some of that. Like, look, I mean, if I don't know that he played past college, you guys would have to tell me. I don't even know where his career ended as far as playing goes. And like I said, I'm not one of those guys that thinks to be a great coach you had to have been a great player. But I certainly think that that could play into it when you're talking about the insecurity of never playing at a high level and maybe having to always constantly justify your position and how you got there and everything that got you the job. So I certainly think that's a valid point.
You ever get into it with a coach or a manager who kind of was dogging you a little bit, even at a younger age, where anybody you didn't like the way they said it, or did you ever get like a no barking match?
No, I think Clint Hurdle and I wouldn't say got into it, but he took me out. I think it was my rookie year. It might have been my second year. One of those plays where there's 2 outs and you're scoring from second easily. And so you come around third and you don't have to sprint all the way in because you're going to score easily, and somebody gets thrown out behind you and the run doesn't count. And, and looking back on it, could I have given, probably 5% more to make, just one of those plays as a young player where you come around third and you start to throttle down, and somebody gets thrown out behind you, the run doesn't count. And he took me out of the game and, immediately, took me out of the game. And I considered myself a player that played hard and never dogged it and never, I just played hard. Especially, as a young player, I was deathly terrified of getting sent down. And so, he took me out of the game, which, I obviously you're a little embarrassed by it. And, we talked about it after the game and I guess I disagreed with maybe the way he handled it and we talked about it and moved past it. But, that's probably the only time where I felt, a little bit, I wouldn't say hostile, but just, maybe where I could have, I was angry at the coach, so to speak, in the major leagues. And so, but like I said, it was probably good for me, and we talked it out and are still good friends today.
Matt Holliday with us and talking it over here on Mike Schilt, and then managers in general on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Best manager you played for, and overall, what traits do you think leads to a manager being a great manager, Matt?
Well, I think that, Tony La Russa is a Hall of Fame manager, and certainly had a ton of success, and I loved playing for Tony. Unfortunately, I think I got traded over in 2009, full season in 10, full season in 11, and he retired or stopped coaching for a while, or stopped managing for a while. He was incredibly prepared and was good with the players. I think he was tough on young players, but in a loving manner. I think there's a lot of characteristics to take away from the managers I played for. I loved Mike Matheny. He's a great human. He's one of my favorite. I would consider him a mentor, and just his the way he handled people and the way that he loved his players and took care of the families and there was a lot to like about Mike Matheny as a human. I think the managing job in general has changed, obviously, with the universal DH. I just think that there's just not nearly as many moves to be made from just a X's and O's standpoint. I don't really think it takes a whole lot to run. Outside of the 3-batter minimum of a reliever, there's really not a ton going on as far as X's and O's goes these days with the full-time DH. But I think it's all about managing people, having a relationship with the front office, with the analytics team, with the general manager, to where it's a collaborative effort and you get to have input and you get to understand where they're coming from. And I think that being respectful of the data and the analytics and the information that you're getting, but I also think having the nerve to also talk about baseball hearts and brains and how these are humans and emotions, and guys have families, and guys have young kids that maybe didn't sleep, and there's a lot more to it than just X's and O's, and even the disqualification of RBIs and disqualification of certain things that analytics want to say is by chance, and that is not real, or clubhouse chemistry, or veterans that their stats don't add up to what you should pay them, or we would rather have a young player making the minimum than pay that veteran glue piece $2 million, and just having some say in what really matters from the inside, and then being able to have good, healthy conversations about both sides, and having people that can get along and express their opinion without being so one-sided. And so I think that's probably the transition to what a good manager does now, in my opinion. And so I had really good managers. Like I said, Clint Hurdle was a really good manager, and then went to Oakland, and Bob Guerin, that was only for a couple months, and then he's gone on to had a great career as a bench coach for the Dodgers, and then with Tony and Mike, and then I had Joe Girardi for 1 year, and then Bud Black for a couple months. So I was pretty lucky that I got a chance to play for good managers.
Sounds like a tied for first, Tim. Tied for first. Before we let you go, we didn't have a chance to ask your favorite NFL team, but a texter did say this, and I was kind of joking about it earlier in the show. If Albert Pujols, who reportedly is a candidate for the Baltimore Orioles managerial job, somebody said, would Matt be on the staff? That would be kind of weird, right? With your son.
I'm going to bet against this.
Yeah, I'm going to bet
Matt
against
gives
that.
His answer.
I'm with you, but I thought I'd throw it out there.
Yeah, my dad would coach just so I would get playing time, but I don't think your son's necessarily in that spot.
I think it's interesting to think that if the Albert, I don't know what the Angels, it felt like that was a slam dunk, and then now seemingly maybe that door's open for something else. But I think it's interesting if Albert ended up in Baltimore. I'm not sure that I would be ready to jump on board with a full-time coaching position, but I love to be around my kids, and so I would never, I don't think I'd rule out, maybe doing something with the Orioles or the Rockies in some capacity, maybe not the day-to-day, in the locker room coaching type stuff, but being part of the organization or trying to make things better, or being some sort of consultant or doing something in an organization that the boys are part of. I wouldn't rule that out, but look, Jackson and I have a great relationship, and I think that he's established himself as a good player. That I certainly think that I could handle it as far as juggling the idea of being dad and an effective coach. But I just don't know if I don't know that I'm ready to get back into the 162 and all that goes into spring training and postseason, and how much time that it takes of your life to dedicate yourself to be on a major league staff. But I certainly think, like I said, I think I have a good relationship with a lot of Jackson's teammates and friends that I think I could do the job without feeling like it was the high school Tim, having Tim's dad coach.
Probably more like Pee Wee.
It was Pee Wee. It's always Pee Wee when you're talking to me.
I think what you do is if Albert gets up, you just text him after every game questioning some of the moves and why he didn't let Jackson hit higher in the lineup.
Yeah. I'll probably do that.
That's the move.
Yeah, so you are doing what my dad did. I get it. Matt, always great to talk it over with you. Wonderful conversation. Enjoy the Chick-fil-A. Do you eat Chick-fil-A?
No, it's not for me.
God, you're still just keeping yourself in...
Just in case.
Just in case. That's right.
We'll come back. Like I said, I love being around my kids. Just now when they have a sleepover with a bunch of them. I'd say that caveat. This is our final official Matt the Bat baseball appearances spot. Yeah,
he's a friend of the show.
Certainly welcome to call in anytime. But we've enjoyed the baseball visits throughout the season. Thanks to our great sponsor for bringing the Matt the Bat segments with us each week.
And
we don't even talk about baseball, so is that like just the end of my contract?
Sounds like Martin just let you go right here on the air.
Wow, goodness. No, this is awkward, but he didn't have to. Beyond that, we had kind of like a little agreement during the baseball season, but that part's over. But he's welcome
anytime. Friend of the show. Martin's off on Tuesday if you want to fly into St. Louis
to do the show.
Well, I don't want to do that, but I'm certainly
you're welcome all the time.
Okay, well, again, I didn't know that this had an expiration date, but
this is not a breakup. Even though
it's like Schilt getting it.
It's not you, it's me.
I feel like I've treated y'all pretty well. I don't know.
People have
Doug and I are distancing ourselves from this, Matt.
People have no idea what I'm like behind the scenes berating people. This is what it leads to. And then it gets more awkward because Free says he's willing to come on all the time now.
Yeah. Well, there it is. That sounds like now I'm feeling.
Now you caught on. Now you caught on.
It's a 20-hour-a-week show. Yeah. There's room for everybody.
I was gonna say y'all got a lot of time to fill, so I would assume.
Matt, we'll talk to you next week, buddy. We'll talk NFL, your favorite NFL team. Think about it, and we'll get to that next week.
Yeah. All right. Well, again, if I don't talk to you guys ever again,
this is getting sad.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, guys.
There's Matt Holliday. It was nice to
kind of awkward.
Let him go right
It's
there.
never easy. It's just never easy.
That's right.
But logistics, Papers knows this. So we had a sponsor, and he was signed on for a certain number of weeks. The sponsor, Matt, and it was great. And then large over the years, Matt always, whatever, he doesn't care about the money. He gives it back to Cardinal Glennon. But just in case he didn't want to keep coming on every week, he doesn't have to. That was for clarity.
Sometimes logistics get floppy, man. I've been there.
It's tough out there.
I've been there.
The great comment. I'll tell you what. I thought his comments on the Schilt situation were pretty
revealing.
Yes,
I would say,
indeed.
Like that maybe he didn't say anything terrible, but maybe he kind of knew a little something.
That's a question. I'm sure you guys know it and have done it hundreds of times where you're asking and you're knowing, okay, I'll be the one. I'll go out there and take, he might be, I don't want to, that puts me in a weird spot to answer that. I know he didn't play for him, but I knew he knew him. But I'm like, I got to ask about it. So if I get slapped around, I get slapped around. And he took it and he really ran with it and said, I know people who, with the Cardinals were saying some, things that people weren't going to put up with. So there you go. There is a, I guess you can't call it a primary source, but it's a pretty damn good secondary source, and he does know him.
Yeah, he had no problem sort of digging in on the topic.
Right.
And he didn't dismiss the reports or say, that's not the guy I know. It didn't. I think it was pretty revealing in what he had to say.
I'm sure if there's a manager or a coach that has a personality flaw, I guess you could call it, with the players or the organization, I would think that word gets around the baseball fraternity pretty quickly, and everyone would know.
I would agree with that, sir. I would
For
agree
sure.
with that.
Guys, it sure takes a lot of balls to fire Matt Holliday. It was an awkward end to the conversation, but that's not what took place. He is welcome anytime.
That's right.
Maybe next week when Freeze is on, then Holliday will call and say, geez, what happened, guys?
Exactly. I mean, it's just
Sketches and
blatant
bits.
cucking. It's onboarding season, Martin, but hey, you know what? You're welcome to stick around for as long as you want. And we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Together Credit Union has 14 branches around St. Louis, togethercu.org, and they've done a lot of great things, including rolling out a debit card that partners with the St. Louis Zoo, St. Louis City SC. I don't know if that was a Matt Polling operation or not, but they had the City debit card, the Zoo debit card, and they have the great mortgage program, including the contributors, the community contributors. If you're a teacher, firefighter, first responder, they have tailor-made some mortgages just for you. And all of that work is done. All the paperwork, the servicing, underwriting, it's all done here in town. They really want to be your hometown home loan provider. Find out more about the rates and the opportunities for our community contributors. That's what makes Together Credit Union special, putting together packages like that. TogetherCU.org.
burritos, Totitos, Doritos, and Cheetos, Fritos, Mojitos, and the senoritos, Flamingos and Trios with the jalapenos. Yeah. Tacos from Pacos with ponchos, nachos, churros, rancheros, and some Canyoneros. I'm out. Adios, amigos.
Tanner.
Oh, Doug, it's so
There
good.
you have it. Best thing out there right now. No
Sure is. It is the best thing out there.
Hard
right
out.
now.
No fade.
There's no fade.
Hard out.
Did you edit that for him?
No.
Are you the mix master on acoustic
No,
session?
yeah, it wasn't me or Rick Rubin.
Martin, you'd like to tell us about something, and I'm excited about what you're going to tell us about.
What is he telling us?
Design Air, 1879 Distilling. Yeah,
There you go.
I'm excited about them both.
Okay, I didn't know
but
what you were. I mean, I just fired that out. I'm a little rattled.
1879 Distilling, Villaggio, which I was telling you boys during the break for my feast tomorrow, my college football feast. I might have to hit that Villaggio.
Well, folks that head to the Village Bar, you park in back. You've always seen that barn there. It's a pretty cool event space, but that's also the home of 1879 Distilling, and that's where they're making these handcrafted small batch spirits. So when you're inside and you say, hey, I wouldn't mind. Chairman Steve, meet me at the Village Bar this week, and we'll have a Manhattan. In fact, Chairman Steve invited me to have drinks tonight since he knows I'm going to be downtown. Right. But when you do, order that Manhattan with an 1879 rye. 1879 bourbon. You have the Red Barn vodka. They have 6 flavors, premium brands. All of these are being made right out back at the Village Bar. And it's starting to show up around town. Some of the country clubs, ask for it when you're at the grocery store, at a restaurant. Say, hey, do you guys carry 1879? It's about quality, taste, and tradition. Great website as well, 1879distilling.com. Read more about their history, and it really is an homage to the early 1800s, the German distilling tradition that was here in St. Louis. Again, quality, taste, tradition, 1879distilling.com. Start asking for it when you sit down, want to have a cocktail. This is a St. Louis brand, and it's really picking up steam, winning awards throughout the region. So ask for it when you're at the Village Bar, and ask for it around town. 1879distilling.com, St. Louis, Missouri.
There it is. That is a brand new operation and an exciting one. Right there behind the
I'm going to need a stiff drink after that. And then I was sending him the freeze interview during the interview, and he hasn't responded. So I think now we might be
furious.
sideways and awkward. And,
Probably dodging those kids still.
yeah. He loves his kids, except when they're all inside the house. He's hiding out back.
Understand that. Hey, if you are ready to hit the fairway with Jackson and myself, 101 ESPN and Michelob Ultra present the Tee It Up with TMA giveaway. One lucky winner and a guest will score a free round of golf with me and Jackson at Fox Run Golf Club. It is your chance to hang out and enjoy a laid-back round with me and Jackson. Use the code SWING to get entered to win now at either 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. Must be 21. The Tee It Up with TMA giveaway is courtesy of Michelob Ultra Superior Light Beer. The program is called TMA. It is on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Detroit Pistons guard Jaden Ivey will miss the first 4 weeks of the season following a knee injury on his left fibula. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is Backstreet Boys or NSYNC?
Well, it's one of those two, Timmy.
Did you see the interview with Kevin Federline?
God darn it, I missed that. I told myself I would not miss that Federline interview.
Gotta do some show prep, man.
Do some show prep.
Said, Jackson, you know who Kevin Federline is?
Yeah, he dated. Did he date Britney Spears?
Married.
Got it. And he always wore a little hat.
He was a derby kind of guy.
Yeah.
And the night before their wedding, he walks into a room and she's on the phone with none other than Justin Timberlake. Kind of a similar situation that Sam Ace Rothstein ran into. Was that with James Woods? Lester?
Lester.
Casina?
God, what was he doing?
You talking about Lester? You talking about Sam Ace Rothstein?
Sam Ace Rothstein.
Sharon Stone?
Once he sees Sharon Stone messing with Jimmy Woods to the point where she's going
right? Cock.
Badly getting cucked, and he's worth all that money, and he's smoking the cigarette out of the holder. He's got the robe. Like you could have any woman you want.
Yeah.
But the heart wants what the heart wants.
And in this case, Kevin Federline also discusses how he walked in on Britney Spears making out with one of her dancers of the female variety.
You've thought of that before. That's
I'm just doing what's in the Stiefel dossier.
Yeah, I did have fantasy hour.
For heaven's sake.
Today is Chris Kirkpatrick's birthday, so I figured.
Chris Kirkpatrick, you can get your ass kicked, which goes back to Eminem, who's celebrating his 53rd birthday.
Yep, exactly. So I thought it was perfect. Born just a year apart.
Eminem and Chris Kirkpatrick. Doug, who's your favorite member of NSYNC?
I don't know.
That's so easy.
That guy you just said.
It's Timberlake.
Chris Kirkpatrick. That's interesting.
Okay.
Oh, it's Timberlake, right?
I saw yesterday they're talking about a reunion tour, but only 4 of the 5 members are going to be a part of it.
Oh, no. What will we do? What will we do?
It's nothing without JT.
So he wouldn't do it?
He wasn't included in it yet.
Well, then why would anyone go see it?
I think Lance Bass needs the money.
Justin Timberlake used to be like right at the top of the pop world for a while. He's kind of faded away, hasn't he?
Shut your mouth.
In the last few years?
I think he's still very, very popular.
I saw him twice this winter.
Hits lately?
Oh, my God, Doug. Phenomenal.
New hits, probably less so.
They're not happy with Jackson SportsCenter update. Knee injury on his left fibula? That's not the knee. That's from Joey Bombs. Is that what you said?
That's not the knee.
Yeah, what is that voice? What's that impression?
Were you mocking?
That's not the knee. You didn't get it exactly right. Loser. I'm going to comment behind the fake name. Show you.
No.
Well, I mean, listen, if we're all things equal, he missed 49 games last season with a left fibula injury. Apologies.
So you did say...
You could have just said
I might have been wrong, but could you imagine talking to somebody like that? My goodness.
Well, you let him have it with that accent you just did.
Yeah, whatever accent. What is that?
That's what I hear whenever I hear what these people are talking about. That's the voice I hear then.
Yeah.
You weren't exactly right.
There's that accent again.
Smarmy little guys. Always find fault.
Mark Hanna's not a smarmy little guy.
No, he's not. With that
he's
hair?
a Jim Dandy. No, not with that hair, that beard, that voice. He is online at evergreen-ws.com, or you can call him 314-889-0503. I want to hammer this home. It's not a hobby for me. I was talking revenue and expenses with my 8-year-old last night. I really was. I feel like, and maybe I'm off on this, Doug. I don't know if you saw it with your sons who are now in their 20s and 30s. I don't know if the education system does a great job of making students financially astute, financially savvy.
Or astute in many other areas as well.
Yeah, for that matter. But that's why you need a financial advisor. And I can't say enough good things about Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. You call him and you feel better, not only about your financial situation, but about your life. He has a really special gift. 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreen-ws.com. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. The program is called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to the Morning After. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. And we welcome you to participate in a myriad ways. Do you say myriad of or myriad?
I try to steer away from use of the word myriad.
But what if you're
for no particular reason,
insecure
I just don't
about
use it.
not being a college graduate and you want to try to compensate for it by using
I could see you doing it. All right. I'll let it go.
So that's why I'm doing it. 314-399-9646. You got that for the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And that's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming your way here in about 25 minutes. Shooter McGavin leads Buck Swope by 2. Burning Drip, Mushroom Tip, Kevin Miller, Brian Henshin, Midge, and Terry TT Boy, all with wins as well. Down the stretch we come here, second half of October. Who is going to be able to claim the October title for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today? Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Maybe you've thought about it. You've been listening to the show now. Doug will be celebrating our first anniversary on 101 ESPN here in a week.
On Friday, I think.
Is that it?
Friday be the 24th.
What are we going to have? Celebrities dropping by?
Yeah.
Gabe.
Some Danish. We'll have some Danish.
How about a stolen?
Stolen, yeah.
I like a cherry stolen.
Bear claw. We'll have some of that.
So we're just going to have a lot of carbohydrates.
Yeah, so
and celebrities.
Pastries and celebrities, yeah.
So you're listening for a year, and you're going, you know what? I think I can hang with Buck Swope. Now, do I think you can? I'd be surprised. I think I can hang with Riot's dad. Okay, I don't know. This is your chance. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Do we have anything we can give away, Jackson?
Today?
Yeah.
Huh. What do you think on that? No. What?
Nothing.
No. Well, like I guess like something in my backpack.
How about this secondary gold that I don't use very much?
The big they'll have to come pick it up.
Okay.
Oh, we're not delivering. We don't have any stamps.
No
either.
stamps,
Yeah.
and certainly no packaging because that's not even.
No.
You know what I can throw in on top of that? I have a $10 gas gift card. Mobile gift card, so you get the gong and the mobile gift card.
Oh my goodness!
Well,
now
think about
people are going to be emailing in.
You have a gong, and then with that, you could either buy $10 of fuel or
a Danish.
Yeah, Danish Hostess fruit pie, Doug.
Mm-hmm. How about a scone?
Scone.
Isn't that what Winona Ryder abused in the 1990s? Was it 1993 film? Reality Bites. She got a gas card as a college gift, and then she just ran up a bunch of.
There was a
father there, if I'm not mistaken, Doug, that was with Ben Stiller, Ethan Hawke, and the great Janine Garofalo.
I had a buddy in college who his parents would give him a lot of Visa gift cards, but you can't really buy beer with Visa gift cards. Mm-hmm. So he would offer it up, or Amazon cards. He would say, "I'll give me $70, and I'll give you this $100 Amazon card." Oh, it was nice. Yeah,
that's a nice little move.
Yeah.
That's good. Everybody wins.
It's very symbiotic.
Everybody wins there. Now, Fran Brown, of course, is our favorite coach in college football, and when I say our, I mean me and Jackson's. And anytime I see we have Fran Brown sound, I'm like, I don't even know what this is about, but I want to play it. Doug, he's the head coach of the Syracuse Orange. And I don't know what this is about, but what do we have here, Jackson?
So on Monday, we played some audio of Fran Brown being upset by someone asking him if he would leave for a bigger job. And he wasn't too happy about that. So he followed up on that in his most recent press conference.
Nah, it was like, I just hate when people be like, these big time schools or this big time that gonna come in and they're trying to talk like how you telling me that my job isn't a big time job? Like, how about if I say, why you don't work for a big time reporting company? Or like, to me, I feel like that's disrespectful to myself, to my family, to my players, to our alums, to just everybody, like to say, like one of these big times, like what is Syracuse, right? So that was, I don't know, I felt that was disrespectful, so I don't know, that just irritated me a little bit in that sense of it, if that makes sense. That would be like me telling y'all, hey, how you gonna feel when the big time radio station comes to try to get you guys to go on our big time sports talk, want y'all to come on.
Oh gosh.
God, I can't get enough of that.
It is kind of an interesting approach. The thought process was there. I don't think any of us call our media outlets report companies.
I like that, though. I might start doing it now.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
I mean, this is a program that is aired on some, let's be honest about it, not necessarily big-time platforms, Doug.
Big time sports talk.
Right.
Great drop right there.
We've been on the absolute opposite of in the 20-plus years of this program, 21 years, I guess, of the program. And so I guess we can, Dan Sears of the Post-Dispatch calls me up. I mean, they got a big-time opportunity. What are you trying to say about WGNU? What are you trying to say about HD2?
Yeah.
What are you trying to say about 1380? What are you trying to say about KFNS? So, yeah. Now, that's why Fran Brown's so great. Doug, he talks in ways that we can understand.
Yeah. Because, we get back to meat and potatoes.
That's big time sports talk.
Like in the middle of some goofy Joey Vitale segment right there. Big time sports talk.
Spicy Sow says, but the difference is if the reporter was asked to go to a bigger job, they'd probably say, hell yeah, I would. That's Spicy Sow, who does not like
and most coaches do too.
Yeah.
Only not publicly.
I get him being like, hey, I'm here, I'm happy here, this is where I like to be, every program, you can make a smaller program into a big program. I get kind of what he's saying, but I don't think you have to be so upset by it. No. Syracuse football. I mean, if we're being honest with everybody.
In his case, he needs to worry about hanging on to the job he's got.
Oh, how dare you, sir?
Oh, he's brought them into relevancy.
Duke beat him 38-3.
But he beat Clemson. He beat Dabo.
That's his win. He got a win over Clemson.
What about the win over Colgate?
Meaningless. That's meaningless.
Colgate, Doug.
Yes, that's what I said.
In overtime.
Tennessee beat him by 19. SMU stomped him. He's got losses coming at Georgia Tech, Miami, and Notre Dame.
Boy, howdy. He's a tough schedule for Syracuse. Fran Brown.
Yeah.
That's a tough schedule.
Exactly.
Damn. I don't think we thought Georgia Tech would be much, but they are really good. Do you think they're going to make a run in the ACC championship? Miami versus Georgia Tech? I could see it. Georgia Tech.
I'm in the tank. I'm not ignoring you. I'm in the tank.
I hear you.
I'm trying to think.
Georgia Tech has Georgia at the end of the season.
I feel like I'm missing somebody in the ACC who I think.
You like Louisville?
Louisville gets the Hurricane tonight, right?
Yeah. That's a 12.5-point spread.
Isn't the sneaker pit? Am I off on that?
I thought they fell off.
No, they won last week against
at Florida State.
Right. But they lose to?
I think their loss was West Virginia.
And they
Rich Rod was, and that's the one that's
right.
That's going to be tough.
And that's the rivalry game too. They did lose to West Virginia, and West Virginia is dreadful. So that one's going to be tough to overcome. I think Georgia Tech, number 12 team in the country. Sneaky.
Doug, beware of Bobby Ross and Georgia Tech, who split a national championship. Was that with Washington in 1990?
Well, the years I wouldn't know.
Does Colorado split a national championship in 1990? Maybe that was with Washington, or maybe that was with Georgia Tech, but that's when the fifth down.
Yeah, I mean, Georgia Tech's likely only going to have one loss, and that's Georgia at the end of the season. A one-loss team is for sure going to the ACC championship. And then I don't think they'll beat Miami, but...
Gabe was breaking this, that you need, and maybe you said something about it, Jackson, too. Okay, if Texas Tech's going to get a spot,
right,
go undefeated.
Yep.
You don't need Texas Tech getting to that Big 12 championship game and then losing.
No. So if they're undefeated going into the Big 12 championship, getting into the Big 12 championship, lose, do you think they could be eliminated?
No, I do not.
Okay.
And then a rando winning the ACC, and then you still have Miami out there if Georgia Tech does pick up a loss before them.
Right. I think both Big 12 and ACC could get two bids.
I think there's... I keep going to this. I feel like if I really... I could lay it out. I don't know how I would do it, but to show that so many SEC teams, I don't know about the Big Ten, because the Big Ten has that, they have some real strength at the top, but they have lots of weakness at the bottom. And in the SEC, I don't, how many schools are in the Big Ten now? I lose track.
18.
Is it 18? Okay, 18. And the SEC has 16.
Yes.
I mean, if you give, who's the 15th best team in the SEC?
South Carolina.
Think so?
Yeah.
I mean, I think people would say South Carolina, Mississippi State,
Arkansas.
It's up for, as Doug would say, snatch grabs. And then who's the second worst team in
the Big Ten? Oof. Yeah. I mean, Purdue or Wisconsin. Oh, yeah, Wisconsin's the worst. Purdue.
Okay. I mean, God, I don't know, South Carolina's playing
Purdue.
Right.
I think they'd stomp them.
Right. So what I'm attempting to say here is I think when you look at the schedule, and I don't think people are necessarily, and I don't blame people for not doing it. You really have to have nothing going on to do this. But I do, and I just don't know how the hell, number one, there is an undefeated SEC team. I would be really surprised by that. I suppose A&M could do it.
They'd be the most likely.
Right. I think Ole Miss could very well be done this time, Saturday night. I should say Saturday night. But I gotta say, I keep saying, the Georgia thing isn't what we think of when we think of Georgia in 21 and 22 and really 23 as well. But that's when they got clipped by Alabama in the SEC championship. So anyway, what I'm attempting to say is, I just don't think just because you're a 2-loss SEC team, you get in the playoff. That's my master's thesis.
Yeah, I mean,
and part of that is a Missouri-centric observation, but it's also just in general. And I kind of feel like that has been, and this isn't limited to locally. I think this is something like nationally, like a 2-loss SEC team. I think there's going to be a lot of 2-loss SEC teams.
That's the issue. Some guy ran a model 2 weeks ago where there could have been like 10 teams finish 5-3 in the SEC.
It's just it's
right now there's 10 that are ranked.
Yeah, right.
So you got to. The fact that Missouri only lost by 3 at Alabama, or at home against Alabama, is huge, as crazy as it is. And then you really have to, I think, hope that A&M is undefeated when they come to Columbia.
Yeah, and I think you got to win.
And so I should ask Gabe about that, because you need a signature win. Auburn definitely is. Auburn is a zero upside thing. You just got to get it. Yeah. That's kind of like there's no choice. You got to get it. I don't think they're necessarily as bad as the perception is, but they sure as hell don't have good perception, and they could be a mess by the time the thing is over. Someone in Auburn would already say it is a mess. Vanderbilt needs to beat LSU, and the Missouri needs to beat Vanderbilt because Missouri doesn't play LSU. And then you get into the A&M game after the bye week, and I think it benefits Missouri if they're I don't think they'd be number 1, but like 2 or 3 in the country. Mississippi State's not going to carry any cachet, and understandably so, by the way. I just don't think they're as bad as they usually are perceived to be. Oklahoma, by the time you get them, could be staring at 3 or 4 losses because of their schedule.
But I think they could be, good again. Like, once Mateer's healthy, and Oklahoma could be good.
I agree with you on that. The issue is you can be a great team in the SEC, but you can have a bunch of losses. And in particular, there's nobody with a tougher second-half schedule than Oklahoma.
For sure.
It's just not even a...
I think that could be last year's South Carolina, where it's like a team with some losses, but is good.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I'm not ruling it out. I'm just saying I'd be surprised if that carries the cachet of the opportunity that they would have had. And so what I keep going back to for Missouri specifically is if they were to finish 10-2, and you got a bunch of jumbled teams with that record, and then you got a 1-loss Georgia Tech or I don't know where else we could get into a random spot.
Maybe.
I don't know. Yeah, that would be a good one. Yeah. Something out of the Big 12 where Texas Tech got the 1 loss somehow, whatever it is. It's kind of like you got to win all these, but you also got to beat Texas A&M.
Yeah, I think you just have to.
And then I suppose the Missouri's road is Texas A&M being a top 5 team when they get them, and then finishing with just that 1 loss, and then their only other loss. Ideally, I guess A&M would lose it to Texas as well. But that's at the end of the season. And then Missouri can be either a 1-loss team or their only other loss comes against Oklahoma, and Oklahoma isn't dreadful. So you beat Auburn, Vanderbilt, Mississippi State, and Arkansas, and then, of course, A&M. And then that's how a 10-2 Missouri team, I think, gets in.
I like
it's
that.
a respect. That's how I think it can happen.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there.
But I agree with what Gabe said last night, is it's like, hey, man, if they lose to Auburn, we're not doing this thing where we're pulling for other teams because the playoff is now off the table for a while. Yeah. All right. I got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up to TMA 101 ESPN.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Weeknd.
See what you can do. You going out and having libations?
No.
Wow.
Well.
Wow, just like that.
Maybe
didn't take much there.
Maybe some drinks tonight. Tomorrow is going to be a day of solitude watching ball. I
Like
might
literally
watch with
by
some
yourself,
friends.
not with Private Citizen Pete or Oatmeal?
The morning and afternoon games will probably be by myself, and then for the Mizzou game, I'll be with some friends probably.
But where you finna go?
Oatmeal's back in town, so probably
And
do
he has
something
big
tonight.
nipples, right?
Yeah, sizable. So
How
I'll
do you
probably do
know?
something tonight. I've seen my friend topless.
Put that off. Snag
That's
that
not
for the drops
weird.
of the week.
I've seen. Well, being honest, I've seen Doug topless.
Clip that off.
Jamaica.
I guess we were at the pool there in Jamaica, weren't we?
Yeah. You know, it's not weird. You know, it's like nice chest, man.
I have nipples. Can you milk me, Greg?
Exactly. That's what I said.
Man, I like this a lot. So where are you going to go watch the Gurs fight Tiger?
Not sure yet. Might be that's just someone's residence, you know? I'm not against that. I like having the game audio.
Private residence.
I like having the game audio secured. You know, it's cheaper. I'm not against it. The weather's going to be crummy. It's kind of the perfect college football Saturday.
And you got a great slate.
Great slate.
Great slate. Do you like that term, great slate?
I've heard it
What about
several
slate
times in the
gray?
last few seconds.
You have a slate gray khaki pant.
I
That'd be
have a
tough.
slate gray suit of clothes.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Short book.
I was
As
wearing
close as I can get to slate gray for you.
I was wearing a suit last night for that event.
Oh, did you?
And you went into the Hall of Fame, the Ladue Hall of Fame.
No, I
You
didn't.
think you will go into the Ladue Hall of Fame?
No.
Really?
Probably not. This is the Athletic Hall of Fame.
I mean, but you started your broadcast career at a young age?
No. This is the Ladue Athletic Hall of Fame. I didn't do anything of athletic note at Ladue.
But
I
there's
played on
like
the
a
teams.
media wing like Doug's in the Kirkwood Hall of Fame?
This was the first round, so I don't know. This is like the first one they've ever done.
Are you in the Kirkwood Hall of Fame for your athletic achievements or for
No.
your broadcasting?
This, I guess.
You know, it's noticeable that St. Louis U High hasn't knocked on my door for this.
Yeah, it's a real shame.
Thank you.
Well, you talk about Ladue and St. Louis U High, unless you're a doctor or a major business owner or something, you're probably not getting in.
Well, this was just for athletics. The only people who were going in were
Well,
for
I understand
for
that,
sports.
but I mean, since you're not going to make it for athletics,
right? Or
you gotta hope
anything
to get
else.
to the other one, and the
Nah.
other one's probably tougher than the
Yeah,
athletics.
I ain't getting in. I was just.
Well, don't get down on
No,
yourself.
I'm not down on. I
You
was just.
work at a major report company.
I do big time sports talk, and no, I'm very happy where I am. But I was in my suit last night, and
You felt like a little busman.
I don't know. I look like such a goober in a suit. I look like I'm leading a teen abstinence workshop.
Wow, clip that off.
Teen abstinence workshop.
Yeah, every time I put
It's
on
just
a
because
suit.
you don't usually wear
It's
one.
because I shave too, and I look like a boy.
Don't get down on yourself over this.
And you told teens the risks of having sex last night?
If you
at the Plaza Frontenac?
If someone had to quickly profile me, that's probably what they would. That's probably what would pop up. Yeah.
Hey, Tim, you're in me and Ashley's Master Bedroom Hall of Fame. You in Wellington. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove.
Wellington got in too.
Yeah, he did. Let's not kid ourselves. Jackson will buy his way into Ladue's Hall of Fame. That's from the 636. With all the boy trips that Piddles goes on, I am sure it has been more than just the shirt off that he has seen. War damn eagle. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
No, just I haven't gone on a boys trip in a while though.
Uh-oh, sounds like somebody's got a hankering.
Yeah, I've got an itch. It needs to be scratched.
Oh, I didn't like that. I have to tell you, that made me uncomfortable. I don't know why.
And no girls are allowed on these trips you take?
It kind of goes without saying.
Oh. Do you at least look for girls when the guys are together? You go out to the bars, the taverns, the saloons,
sure.
the speakeasies?
Yeah.
You do.
Problem is, like, if you were to, like, actually be successful, you would be like, hey.
Yeah, what do you do?
You want to come back to my house with 11 other guys in
Yeah,
there?
girls love that.
Yeah, that's what they're really signing up for. So you got to hope they have a place. It's the whole thing.
Somehow in my current TikTok algorithm, there is this thing about girls' trips and the danger of girls' trips. I have
Danger
no
in
idea
what
how
sense?
Like, girls' trips are not really what they're...
Oh, you mean...
Yeah. Like, it's an
Doing some
attention
sampling?
seeking or some sampling.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like when the wives go on the girls' trips, it's a whole thing.
But what if you have just like a don't ask, don't tell kind of policy? You know?
Oh, you're pro open marriage now.
No,
Good for you.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. But I am saying let people be themselves, you know? Whatever that might mean.
Let
Well, it
people
sounds-
be themselves.
So therefore, what you're saying is, then you're for.
No.
So
no.
what are you saying?
I'm saying communication is the bedrock of any relationship, but sometimes no communication can keep everyone's heads even.
What the hell I'm listening to?
Chairman took out his headphones.
Yeah, it was
Not
hurting his
amused.
head listening to it.
Oh, I was amused for sure.
Don't ask, don't tell. Is that what you're advocating?
I'm saying that probably goes on with people, and there's nothing
think
wrong
so?
with that.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think a lot of
Really?
people have a don't ask, don't tell kind of thing.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I got to tell you, this guy's got pocket caves. I'm laying it down.
I think
have
a
tens.
lot
Good
of people
hand.
have that.
Good
I think
hand,
a
but I'm
lot
not
of-
going to set mine here.
Yeah.
I think he's ahead of me.
I'm sure if just one of the two is out there playing around, there's definitely a don't ask, don't tell policy. They would have to both be involved in that.
But I'm saying some people communicate the don't ask, don't tell policy. Like, hey, whatever happens, just make sure you're back here at this time.
Let me ask you something, because I'm picking up a read here.
I've
But
never
you're
had that relationship.
Well, I know that, but my read is, and this strikes me as something that will go on later on in like 30s and 40s. Do you have a compadre who has a don't ask, don't tell?
Not that I know of.
Because
Not that I know
you
of.
haven't asked and he hasn't told you.
Right. Yeah. Good. You never break, You ever seen The Prestige? Like that magician never broke. You ever seen The Prestige?
No.
You should watch that this weekend.
Don't tell
you
me
love
what
magic.
to watch.
You like magic.
Yeah, you love that Doug
do?
Henning.
Yeah, you always talk about your love of Doug Henning.
I don't think a sentence has ever come out of my mouth.
Watch The Prestige. It's good. Christian Bale.
Jackson, you're sounding like a real cock.
No, I'm not.
Philip Seymour Doffman.
I told you, that this has never been something that's happened in my life. I just think a lot of people have a don't ask, don't tell kind of thing. If it's like different area codes, like you go on a trip, I don't know, whoever that guy might be. I'll never see him at the grocery store.
Listen. I think it would be wonderful if that existed, although I don't think that's necessary. I think it'd just be like, yeah, here's the deal. This is what we're going to, because I think if you don't have the community, but whatever, people do whatever they're to do. I just don't think it's as common as you think it is. But, I mean, maybe I'm the one.
Yeah, I'm not saying like 1 in 10, maybe 1 in 200.
Oh, well,
that's a lot. Well, there's a lot of relationships out there, 330 million Americans.
Well, that's true. It's a good stat to
you
to
cut
flash
that in
around.
half if everyone's in a relationship, which if you've looked at social media, is not the case. So let's say like 100 million relationships out there. Yeah, I'd say it's about right.
Jackson, you sound dumb. Stop talking. That's from Harrison's Brother Master.
Well.
The Prestige is a biopic about Gallagher. Is that right?
No.
Smashing watermelons?
No, that wouldn't be. There'd have a second act problem.
My wife, I have. Doug, I'm just reading what's sent in.
Pronouns, she, I.
My wife, I have a don't ask, don't tell policy, but she doesn't know about it. That's from Stephen Time.
Yeah,
of the
that's
Time
what I was
Brothers.
About 1 in 200. If we get a second one, then the numbers are that's data works. But
Doug, Hollywood actress Monique has that relationship with her husband.
There
That's
we
from
go.
Biscuits with
Okay,
McGravy.
why did I need to know that?
Who is Monique?
I think that's
single name like Madonna.
I think she was in Precious.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was in Precious. Monique. Doug, you like Precious.
That was nice. That was a nice little.
I do. I like her.
You liked the film Precious.
I do remember you raving about it.
Really?
Yeah.
So, all right, we got the design, air, heating, and cooling email.
I gotta
that
get my
come up.
memory checked.
TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues Stars tomorrow evening right here on your home of the Blues 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN, BK and Ferrario coming up here at the top of the hour. It's time for our Design, Air, Heating, and Coffee. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tell people about 100 West Dental. Yeah, they're online at 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor, and you don't need to call to get in to 100 West Dental on Manchester in Baldwin. Just go to 100westdental.com. And the next thing you know is you can schedule right then and there. Give them my name. You get $1,000 off. Invisalign don't have dental insurance. Not a problem. They have a membership plan that will aid in the cost of your appointment. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor. That's 100 West Dental. Online at 100westdental.com. They are located on Manchester in Baldwin. Dr. Brandon Pryor, great people. I was texting with him about my son going out there and seeing him. Dr. Brandon Pryor, 100westdental.com. All right, time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Bounce back game from Mizzou after a loss. I know what that's all about. Jefferson County versus Sunset Howls Shirts and Skins game.
Sunset Howl.
I read what's in the prompter. As O dropped back to throw a Hail Mary, period.
Okay, really good email, really strong, well written. Who is this, Hemingway?
This tall, lanky, khaki linebacker blitzed.
It's Kevin Miller.
Blitz, Bama, Blitz.
It's Kevin Miller.
When he got me on my tummy, it became painfully apparent the tackle wasn't the end of the play because he got flagged 10 yards for intentional pounding.
Oh.
Like, I'm in the filtered file.
And this one was okay to get through. The others were too naughty.
Yeah.
But this one is okay.
That's right.
It's from a guy named D, so you're wrong on the
Kevin Miller. It was Kevin Miller.
And then the last name's Pertug. All right. Hey, guys, at the Nooning Tree Elementary Pumpkin Carving Party last night.
Ooh. I passed Nooning Tree the other day. Drove right past it. I'll be damned, that's Nooning Tree.
Luxurious.
That's prestigious. Yeah. It was a nice neighborhood. Sure.
We actually did talk about how Charlize Theron was Jackson's #1 during some of the 2014 World Cup replay slow time. It is one of the mainstays of St. Louis, along with high school's toasted ravioli, good tap water for Doug, and expired temp tags. I won my family expired temp tag contest this week with spotting in July 2023. I guess my point is that the vast majority of births involve parents. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of half kilos of acid. It makes a great holiday gift for boomers.
Shooter McGavin.
And finally, to the mystery man. I saw skulking through the Criterion Collection aisle at V-Stock. You were wearing golf pants that suggested I play. Yet your 7-iron told another story entirely. 125 yards tops, but who's counting? You spoke softly into your phone about Movie Boy, your podcast, the one with dozens of downloads. The passion, the humility. Not just anyone can speak so eloquently about mid-20th century silent Belgian films. And you bragged to your mom that after you rubbed her feet, you'd tell her about the time you revealed the Rawlings Gold Glove finalists to the world. You even pronounced a few of the names correctly. I watched you recoil at the sight of a golden retriever muttering, disgusting creature, be still my heart, a man brave enough to hate dogs publicly. And when you mentioned your annual Smoky Mountain retreat with your inner circle, biscuit, side piece, toaster, and rubber band, I swooned. A fellowship like that only comes once in a generation, or in your case, once a quarter or so. If you're reading this, meet me at the driving range. Bring your Mount Rushmore of Dwayne Johnson films, your forest-scented hoodie, your canine hatred, and your crippling golf mediocrity. I'll bring 8 dozen golf balls I got from Jay Delson. And unconditional admiration. After all, everyone knows I'm your #1. That's from Charlie's T, riding in his Johnny Gilstrap. And that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, Cooling.
Johnny's Gilstrap. I'll go ahead and vote for Johnny's Gilstrap.
I like D per Doug.
Johnny Gilstrap.
I think I'm going to go with D per Doug. And that's going to win for D per
Lucas.
Doug. Congratulations to D. And then the last name's per Doug. Congratulations. All right, we got to go. Bye.